Hello, and welcome, dear friends, to this live broadcast of the fourth installment of Kaleidoscope of Facts in the series covering scientific evidence for the existence of God. Today, we will talk about why priests become disillusioned with religions and how scientists are discovering God. We'll learn about the phenomenon of faith. What role does the observer play in physics? Who created holidays? And what are we celebrating? Every person, at least once in their life, has reflected on the question of whether there is a God. Regardless of whether they are a scientist, a priest, atheist, or an ordinary person. Let's watch the video showing what people say about this.
It is certain that God is or that He is not, but which side we will lean towards? Reason, you say, cannot decide anything. It is an infinite chaos that lies between us, and we are playing a game at this infinite distance from each other, where head or crest will fall. What do you want to bet?
The word God means different things to different people, and so we have to be really careful that we just don't use it in a sloppy manner. Now, when I was a child, I had this sort of popular image of God, of sort of super being up there in the sky or beyond the universe, like a cosmic magician who could conjure the universe into being, who existed within time, who watched things go along and intervened from time to work miracles. When I became a scientist, I hated that idea, hated the idea that the laws of nature could be overruled or suspended in some way, the idea of God as just another force of nature. But then we have a more sophisticated notion of God as maybe a timeless being who is the ground in which the rationality of the universe is rooted. And that idea has a lot of appeal. I think it's really what many physicists, even though they may not use the word God, actually believe.
The existence of God is conditioned by that knowledge, those patterns, those laws that we now have at our disposal. So, yes, we can say modern science has proved the existence of God. And naturally, being engaged in science, I believe in the existence of God as a system, as a pattern of the surrounding universe.
Well, I don't look to that dialogue for proofs for the existence of God. I think one's understanding of God comes primarily from religious experience, from personal life, and reflection on it.
I believe in God, and I think to have faith in God is a tremendous blessing, but not in a way that it necessarily helps in life, as if God arranges everything for me. It's not that. It's a pleasant attitude to life.
I'm an atheist.
How does that reflect in your life?
It doesn't reflect in any way. It is not important, and it doesn't matter. God doesn't exist, it's all nonsense and so on. But when I see someone getting diagnosed with cancer or something else, and suddenly God granted, and they start to feel better. I mean, there are such people, they don't believe, but when something serious happens or something goes wrong, then they believe.
It should be science be concerned of this question to study God.
Science? I don't think so. I think science and belief in God are two separated subjects.
I can't prove that God exists. I don't believe that there's any proof that uses axioms that everybody, agrees with. Right, I think God is the origin of the whole thing.
Are we going to believe it if God came right now, stood right there, and said, "Hey, it's me, I'm here"? How are you going to react?
Because I think that God is not a person. It's like a full energy of love.
Okay, yeah, I think it probably could be that too. I actually thought at one point God could be literally microorganisms. And because there's so many more of us, we're like, everything is like huge statues with lots of space between us. We think we're crowded, but they're not for them. And they move us around, and we think we're moving, and we think we're doing things, but we just are made to think because we are programmed by them.
God is in all beings. He permeates everything. The entire universe is permeated by the divine principle. Divinity is not limited to any specific place. The same atom is present in every point of space. Divinity is one in everything. I am more or less a believer, but I don't go to church or anything like that. However, I sincerely believe. I don't have any other way out.
I want to ask you, do you think that God exists?
I think yes, most likely he does. It had come from somewhere, so in my opinion he exists.
But, you know, when you go back in the history of science and you look at the role that religion has played in the emergence of modern science, I think it's a very natural kind of debate to have, because there's been this kind of traffic of ideas going to and fro over the centuries, you know, ever since the emergence of modern science and the founding of the Royal Society, establishing the first journals. I mean, these were done by deeply religiously committed people, and one only has to think of the founders of some of our modern disciplines to realize this huge impact that religious thought has had upon science, upon the disciplines that we practice today.
What religion does, what it calls upon people to do, and what, to some extent, as some of our theologians believe, science is also engaged into. In other words, science is also an attempt to stand in the position of the Creator and look at this world through the eyes of the Creator, so to speak.
Religion is a kind of opium that allows a nation to lull itself into wishful dreams and so forget the injustices that are being perpetrated against the people. That is precisely why the honest assertion that God is a mere product of the human imagination is branded as the worst of all mortal sins.
I put tefillin every morning, observe the Friday meal, and pray in the synagogue. That's how it manifests itself.
Do you think there is a connection between belief in God and religion?
One might think that it's a higher power, that it's good luck. I believe that there is God above who takes care of us and provides what is needed.
Do you consider yourself a believer or an atheist?
A believer, but in what I believe, not what is imposed on me.
How does it reflect in your life?
I don't think you need to read books or sit in a yeshiva to believe. One believes inside, not outside. Unlimited. If we say that God is in heaven, the earth, this world is here, paradise is somewhere there, and hell is there, then we create a scheme where God is limited, and thus our concept of Tawhid collapses. Tawhid is the understanding, realization, and penetration of this unity. Therefore, it is easy to understand the meaning of the ayah where Allah says, "I'm closer to you than your jugular vein." Humans think in spatial categories, but God hints that the concept of space does not apply to him. I have a disagreement with churchmen on the following point. They believe that God invented humans, whereas I believe that humans invented God. And that is the answer to this question. From my perspective, everything falls into place after that. The universe is created in such a way that our existence here is not a mere coincidence. However, another question could be asked, could it be that a human being himself created the entire universe? Can you personally create the universe right now? Can you easily create billions of galaxies around you? No, you can't. So here, we are not talking about any particular individual. To me, God is not just someone sitting up in the sky. People fly into space in an attempt to see God. It all sounds silly to me because God is a vibration. He is everywhere. That's what was originally written. There's a negative vibration that has a negative impact on us, and there's a positive vibration. I believe that positive vibration is God's presence in my life.
I think enormous harm is done by religion. many people do simply awful things out of sincere religious belief, not using religion as a cover, but really because they believe that this is what God wants them to do. Going all the way back to Abraham being willing to sacrifice Isaac because God told him to do that.
In other words, there's evil. Why doesn't God do something about that in this earth and get rid of the evil? Well, we've addressed that. Free will is paramount in our earthly life, and as best I can tell, the afterlife as well. So we're free in this earthly life, all of us, to be loving, compassionate, to embrace the values that we learn in near-death experience. That means we also have the free will to be evil. And so evil seems to be a human choice and not something that God should take away, because God, probably very sadly watches that evil occur, but that's what people chose to do, and it's very unfortunate. But anyway, the top two reasons I think that many people, including scientists, don't believe in God, on closer evaluation, as I've just shared, really don't hold water. There really is a God, and there really is a God that is available to anyone at any time if they seek God out.
When I open my eyes every morning, I thank God that I woke up and received the grace to live another day. He manifests himself in every moment of my life.
You can know him through nature, through the created things, but also through personal experience that occurs in the life of every individual. And of course, you need faith for that, because scientific evidence is a kind of scientific proof, but you simply cannot do it without faith. And you just can't believe in a personal God without faith.
In fact, I would rather get away from the word God altogether and focus on this meaning or purpose, because that's what really matters to people. It's not, is there some sort of imaginary super being sort of lording it over the universe? It's, is there a meaning to existence beyond the meaning of ordinary human life?
Living without faith is extremely dangerous, as the potential loss in the case of the existence of God is infinitely great. And this is endless torment if he doesn't exist. The cost of winning is small, since disbelief gives us nothing and requires nothing from us. The actual gain of an atheistic choice would be a reduction in expenses related to the costs of religious rituals.
When approaching the end of your life, do you have any fears that there might be an afterlife?
No, I think it's nonsense. So, there is no afterlife. Well, there is plenty of evidence that after death, a complex process of transformation takes place. So we can say that death is a transition from the physical body to some other state. Our body is just a vessel, because the human body is very unstable. It eventually perishes and passes away. However, a part of a person, the information associated with their lifestyle, their actions and so on, that information is stored somewhere in the universe and preserved. Only the Creator truly knows why he did it. Perhaps it is done for people to improve. We go through suffering to perfection. But I don't agree with that, because I believe that we should strive for perfection through joy rather than suffering. I am absolutely certain about one thing. If we are here on this earth for a reason, it is to create love. Not feel, but create love. We need to feed the hungry, encourage the suffering, strengthen the weak, support the poor, help the disabled, and provide clothing for the naked. It could be as simple as extending a helping hand, offering a smile, or helping your neighbor with something. Anything that allows their love and your love for each other to manifest. Don't tell me the words. Tell or show what you did. With God, it's simple. He said and He did. Yes, He said and it's come to be. But for us, we say and it's come to be. Two different things. So love is precisely the bridge between our words and our actions. If our actions align with our words, then we will prove that we are children of God, because His word and actions are inseparable. Love is that wonderful means, that panacea, which ultimately saves us from the fire of our own deeds by our own strength, so to speak. But even with the assumed minimal chance of winning, the profit multiplied by its low probability, which in the case of the existence of God could be drawn from faith in Him, would still exceed the loss, which would have to be multiplied by the probability of the falsehood of belief in God. What damage are you like to sustain by embracing the affirmative? Why? You are engaged by this principle to be faithful, honest, humble, grateful, beneficent, hearty, and sincere. It is true, you will not bet in possession of base and infamous pleasure, of fading glory or empty delight. But is not there room to be supplied by more desirable enjoyments? I tell you, you will be a gainer even in this life, and every step you take in the way to which you are now directed, you will discover so much certainty of a future advantage, and so much emptiness and mere nullity in what you hazard, as at length to find that you have trafficked for a sure and infinite reversion, and yet, in effect, have given nothing for the purchase.
Blaise Pascal pointed out that if one is unable to settle the question of God's existence, it would be prudent to consider what one has to gain or lose by believing or not believing. So if you believe in God and He exists, your gain is eternal bliss. If you believe in God and He does not exist, you lose nothing. If you deny the existence of God and He actually exists, you lose the possibility of eternal bliss. If you deny the existence of God and He does not exist, you gain nothing. So, according to Blaise Pascal, it is more practical for a person to bet that God exists. How interesting. It turns out, according to probability theory, it is more beneficial for a person to believe that God exists than that He does not exist. Obviously, each person decides for themselves whether God exists or not. And many priests left religion disappointed in its tenets. And many scientists, on the contrary, discovered God and became priests. Erica will tell us what affected their worldview. Erica, the floor is yours.
Gracias, Alexei.
Thank you, Alexei. Hello, friends. Do you know that there are priests who don't believe in God? In their opinion, the idea of God was born in the human mind. It is just a fiction, nothing more. This is evidenced by the results of a survey conducted by YouGov, which involved 1,500 priests from England, Scotland, and Wales. The survey showed that on average, 16% of Anglican priests doubt the experience of God, and 2% don't believe in Him at all. The longer they serve, the greater the percentage of doubters. According to one of the survey's conclusions, as a rule, at first, a candidate for priesthood believes in God, but then, after a number of years, he loses faith. Let's look at a few real-life stories. Former pastor Jim Palmer left the church and founded a humanitarian group in Nashville, Tennessee. He speaks openly about his decisions and experiences that destroyed his faith. Palmer experienced shock when he learned that his colleague was beating his wife. It It is expected and assumed that clergymen should not be capable of such behavior. In reality, however, clergymen are the same people as everyone else. They are capable not only of heroic deeds, but also of deeply vicious deeds. He was confused by the fact that in the church there is a trading relationship between believers and God. A person comes to church, gives money, and God automatically becomes his debtor. Thus, faith is seen as a bargain, and if one's dreams are not fulfilled, disappointment ensues. It is also disappointing to proclaim what cannot be realized. Palma shared his experience when a pregnant mother believed that her child with a terminal illness would live when she listened to sermons that things would only become reality with sufficient faith. The child died, and that raised a question in Palmer's mind. How can I preach this stuff? One more example. A former minister of the church, Alexander, says, I have come to the conclusion that in the modern church, much is built on the formation of a guilt and inferiority complex in parishioners. If you add food and sexual prohibitions to this, you get an excellent mechanism for controlling people. The parishioners do not seek the truth in the church, but engage in primitive psychotherapy. From books on the psychology of religion, I learned that a neurotic person seeks to experience the stability of life through regularly reproduced rituals and holidays, thus trying to reduce the anxiety that torments him. It became more and more difficult to drive away the idea that the service of a priest resembles the work of a pagan priest or a Siberian shaman. The church is now talking to itself. It is answering questions that no one had asked. Almost all priests are in the grip of unfreedom. Many of them do not know how to do anything other than the fulfillment of church services. Almost everyone passed through the filter of so-called obediences, that is, tests of loyalty to the bishop and willingness to pay taxes. There is a good comparison between a church and a franchise. You put on a black robe with jewelry in the form of a cross, that's it. How now people will start bringing you donations. Apart from power and money, its administrators are not interested in much. The personality of Jesus Christ remains exceptional for me, in the sense that Jesus of Nazareth gave people an amazing experience of acceptance and consolidation. There were no hierarchies and restrictions in his community. Everyone was important and dear. A peasant, a publican, a prostitute and a child, suffering from a skin disease and mentally disabled person. It supposes everything I know about human relationships. In this sense, Jesus is still divine for me. The following example, a former monk who devoted more than 20 years to serving in a monastery and wished to remain incognito, explained his atheism in one of his interviews as follows. This is not a belief that there is no God, as believing polemicists like to present it, but a simple disbelief in all the teachings about God of all religions, that is, a much more rational and concrete thing. Shlomo Levin, former rabbi, said that a rabbi is responsible for and called upon to answer questions. These questions range from the more profound, like, Rabbi, what happens after we die, to the very mundane, Rabbi, is this yogurt kosher? He found it very burdensome to have all the answers. People ask after a funeral, can this person still hear me? And he just has no idea, and he couldn't say, I don't know. Shlomo Levin said that it is really weight on his conscience to give people answers that he knew could be hurtful to them. As he said, he found it very liberating not to have belief. It's hard to live knowing that there is a God in the sky that will punish you if you don't do a certain ritual at a certain time in a certain way. As we have seen, there are clergymen who, seeing the absurdity taking place in the church, left their post. But there is also a reverse process when scientists become priests. They, being seriously engaged in science, come to a scientific understanding that without God, the existence of the world is impossible. Such scientists believe that science only strengthens faith in the Creator, but this does not mean that they agreed with everything that religion offers. Let's give historical examples of such scientists, priests. One of them is the Augustine monk creator Mendel. After his death and the revision of his scientific activity, he was declared the father of modern genetics. Nicholas Tanner was a pioneer in the field of anatomy, geology, and paleontology. Later, he became a priest and bishop. Lorenzo di Vittorio started out as a scientist, but later changed the direction of his life and became a priest. According to him, this change was not the end for this scientific development. On the contrary, he argued that science and faith complement each other. Robert Boyle is an English physicist and chemist who made important discoveries in the field of gas dynamics and chemistry, and was also a Quaker priest. These scientists, priests, like many others, proved that faith and science do not necessarily have to contradict each other and that they can be united in one person. The list of scientists who became priests is quite extensive and includes people from a wide variety of scientists, fields, and denominations. A survey among active scientists in the field of natural sciences who are members of the American Association for the Advancement of Science, conducted by researchers from the Pew Research Center in 2009, show that 51% of scientists believe in a deity or a higher power in one form or another. Of these, 33% of scientists claim to believe in God, and 18% claim to believe in a universal spirit or higher power. Theoretical physicist Kirill Kapeikin is the archpriest and rector of the church. Since childhood, he has been interested in the exact sciences and later became involved in quantum physics. The emotional shock after the loss of his father led him to become a priest, because when he realized that the only thing worth living for is what will remain with us outside the material world, he didn't abandon his studies in science, but transferred them to a different plane. In the late 1990s, a characteristic case happened to him. He was invited to his native university to give a lecture. In his speech, he quoted the Bible. On the first day, God created light. On the fourth, the sun. The students began to argue. The sun emerged from a nebula, gravitational compression. I know, the priest agreed. But if you slightly change the constant of weak interactions, the sun will not work. And where did this constant come from? The listeners spread their hands in bewilderment. So, when I say that the Lord created the sun, I mean by this, God has defined a constant of weak interactions. But in biblical times, no one would have understood such a formulation. One more example. Professor of the Russian Academy of Sciences, Sergei Krivovichev, is a cleric of the Church in Kirovsk. The scientific career of Sergei Vladimirovich Krivovichev, developed rapidly. He was one of the youngest professors in the country, made many serious discoveries, became the world's leading specialist in the field of structural mineralogy, doctor of geological and mineralogical sciences, president of the International Mineralogical Association. A new mineral, Krivovichevit, was named in his honor. He heads the Kola Scientific Center of the Russian Academy of Sciences, and at the same time, he serves as a cleric in the Temple of the Image of the Lord Jesus Christ, not made by hands. At the same time, Sergei Krivovichev became the first head of the Scientific Center of the Academy of Sciences in the last 100 years to have a spiritual rank. About how faith and science get along in his faith, he says this: "We decipher the crystal structures of compounds, the internal position of atoms. In fact, we open a new reality. We look where no one has ever looked, and when you see it, you experience spiritual joy and can no longer imagine yourself without this hidden beauty." As academician Bogolubov said, there are no unbelieving physicists. Scientific work implies a very subtle spiritual intuition. After all, in the end, science is not built on rationality, but on contemplation. However, not all scientists become priests. Among the representatives of science, there are many who also came to God through their scientific activities, although they didn't join any of the religions. British philosopher, professor of philosophy at the University of Reading, Anthony Flew, has long been one of the ideological pillars of modern atheism. In the book, There Is a God, How the World's Most Famous Atheist Changed His Mind, he shares his experience. My departure from atheism was not occasioned by any new phenomenon or argument. Over the last 2 decades, my whole framework of thought has been in a state of migration. This was a consequence of my continuing assessment of the evidence of nature. Science, qua science, cannot furnish an argument for God's existence. Such a discovery of the divine does not come through experiments and equations, but through an understanding of the structures they unveil and map. The above stories are an illustrative example of the relentless search for the meaning of life. The most serious need is the need to know the truth, and God is the truth. And the person goes into science or religion. Scientists, based on the research of intuition, came to the conclusion that in every person there is a place for God. Almost all scientific ideas and theories of mankind appeared as a result of insight, intuition, so to speak, revelations from above. Intuition is a person's ability to comprehend the truth without justification, with the help of any evidence. And a developed intuition gives a sense of the urgent need to search for relevant knowledge. This is just the right button of comprehension to strengthen the dominant of the soul, to strengthen inner faith. From personality comes the impulse to seek God. This instinct is inherent in a person from the beginning. But a person prefers the logic of thinking to the intuition of the soul. Therefore, there are a lot of religions and scientific concepts, and people take one side or another. And since everything that a person perceives, he perceives through explanations, through the logic of the mind, but he cannot logically explain God. So he runs the risk of not finding God on either side. As we have seen, the priests who have left their post and scientists are repelled by dogmatism, literal interpretation of scriptures, and ritualism in religions. However, I want to believe that those scientists who came to religion will be able to build a bridge between two important aspects of life for every person. Bridge between science and faith in God. Thank you for your attention. I give the floor to the presenter.
Thank you, Harikan. So, disappointed with religions and those people who call themselves God's servants, many people conclude that God is bad or does not exist at all. They forget that priests are ordinary people with their own internal and external problems. We are first and foremost consumers and want someone else to become a saint, but not us. Someone from whom we could take an example, forgetting that spiritual work is first of all work on ourselves, and it consists in eradicating one's own shortcomings, not in condemning someone else's. God gave each person the right to choose, and everyone will be responsible for their own thoughts, words, and deeds. Atheists from science often demand proof of the existence of God in the world around them, saying that if there is a God, he must somehow manifest himself. And there is a huge amount of such evidence. You just have to be willing to see it. The proof of God's presence in our lives is the phenomenon of faith. Caroline is going to tell us about it. Caroline, you have the floor.
Děkuji, Alexei. Dobrý den, přátelé.
Thank you, Alexei. Hello, friends. What separates scientists from God? Many may say lack of faith, but what is faith and why is it so important in the process of knowing God? If we look at the definition of the word faith, we will see the following. Faith is a deep, sincere, emotional acceptance of some position or notion. Faith allows us to recognize certain statements as true and proven without criticism or debate. Faith is the main tool of all religions to achieve holiness. But how effective is it? There are about 7 billion believers on earth, but there are only a few people who have achieved true holiness. Why did faith used to work well, but now for some reason it has become ineffective? What do we people lack to make our faith indestructible? Many scientists, feeling the need to know God, are faced with inconsistencies in religious texts, which repels them from further investigation into the matter. Therefore, mere blind faith cannot lead a scientist to the goal, because his mind will constantly doubt and cling to inconsistencies. At any moment, the mind can be completely overwhelmed with unexpected doubts, and all the faith that has been formed over the years will collapse like a house of cards. This is the reason why not only scientists but also believers do not achieve the desired result in the knowledge of God. In fact, to believe something is to doubt. And doubts is what destroys faith and any work begun. But if faith stands on a solid foundation of knowledge, which reasonably and thoroughly allows us to prove to our mind the real fact of the existence of God, then a person receives real freedom and can come to God. Knowledge makes faith strong. It would seem that there is no scientific knowledge that could help in strengthening faith. But this is not so. One such example is studies of the placebo and nocebo phenomenon. Placebo, the term comes from the Latin placere, I will please or I will do good, an effect that causes people to feel better as a result of believing in a positive outcome. And nocebo is the twin brother of placebo that has the opposite, negative effect. The term nocebo is taken from the Latin language. Noceo is translated as harm, bad influence. People who expect a negative result get what they believe in. In the scientific article on fundamental medicine, the mechanism of the placebo effect, the authors of the scientific work are Mikhailov, Smetana, Urin, Michalin, tell about a case of tuberculosis being treated with a placebo mechanism. In the 18th century, in a German clinic, tuberculosis patients were told for a month about a new cure for their disease. The doctors described the chances of recovery with optimism. The drug was brought to the clinic. The patients drank a course of the medicine, which had a striking effect. 80% of the patients recovered. The new drug was aspirin, which has no effect on the cause of such a serious disease as tuberculosis. Placebo has the greatest effect in treating headaches, 62%, depressions, 59%, colds, 45%, rheumatism, 49%, seasickness, 58%, intestinal disorders, 58%. It is hardly possible to cure cancer or severe viral diseases, but positive emotions help to improve the condition even in the most severe cases. This is confirmed by biochemical tests. The placebo effect has been associated with self-hypnosis like auto-training, when a person's health improves due to the belief in the effectiveness of a drug or procedure. The story goes that when a medic Henry Beach realized he'd run out of painkillers while helping soldiers during World War II, he told wounded soldiers that a syringe filled with a saline solution contained morphine. 40% of soldiers who received saline reported that their pain decreased. During a clinical study in the USA, led by Harvard professor of medicine Ted Kapchik, an experiment was conducted on the treatment of joint pain in the arm, such as tendinitis, chronic pain in the elbow, shoulder, and wrist. One group of participants was asked to take painkillers, the other was given acupuncture treatment. Both groups were warned that there could be side effects. As a result, 30% of the subjects experienced terrible side effects. People complained that they could not get out of bed. The pills made them sluggish. The needles caused swelling and redness. Some of the patients began to experience unbearable pain. The other part of the subjects, on the contrary, reported real relief. The most interesting thing is that the pills that the patients received were actually made from cornstarch. The needles for acupuncture were retractable ones that never pierced the skin. The result of the experiment showed that the patients received exactly what they believed in. Their choice influenced what result they got. The researchers also found out that placebo treatment, an intervention without the active ingredients of the drug, can stimulate real physiological responses, from changes in heart rate and blood pressure to chemical activity in the brain, in cases associated with pain, depression, anxiety, fatigue, and even some symptoms of Parkinson's disease. More recent research in biology, published in the scientific journal PLOS Biology, also provides evidence that placebo treatment can lead to significant pain relief. The placebo effect is associated with neurobiological networks involved in expectations and conclusions about what might happen based on past experience or belief. In 2007, suffering from love torment, Derek Adams attempted suicide with the help of potent pills. He thought he had taken a lethal dose of pills, 29 pills, that he had left over from an experiment. However, Derek did not know that the experiment used pacifiers. At one point, he felt very sick. He regretted what he had done and managed to call an ambulance. During in the examination, he had low blood pressure and rapid pulse. The doctors did a blood transfusion, but there was no improvement. And only after one of the doctors remembered that Adams was in the group of subjects in the placebo experiment that he told the doctors that and Derek himself. The latter immediately felt better as soon as he realized that he had swallowed fake pills. In its extreme manifestations, nocebo can even kill. In the late 1970s, American Sam Schumann was diagnosed with a terrible incurable liver cancer. Doctor said that he had only a couple of months to live, and soon he died. After the autopsy, it was revealed that the diagnosis was not quite correct. The patient had a tumor in the liver, but it was microscopic, and the cancerous tumor did not have time to give metastasis. Thus, it was not the cancer cell that killed him, but the belief that he was dying of cancer. Scientists still cannot say exactly what the effects of faith are based on, despite the fact that a large number of such facts have been recorded. Although 2000 years ago this law of faith was forced by Jesus Christ, according to your faith, let it be to you. So what is the basis of this mechanism? Thinking people realized long ago that this indicates that man has a certain power of creation. That power is the person's attention. It has been observed that if a person can focus this power on a certain inner belief, then with enough attention invested in it, it becomes a reality. So a person is endowed with the power of creation, but who endowed the person with this power? Person's attention is one of God's gifts. Now, a natural question arises. If attention is a gift from God, and everyone has it, why does the placebo effect work for some people and not for others? Because we do not know how to control our attention. Hundreds of thoughts are constantly running through our head that we don't even notice. Thought, despite its secrecy and everyday grayness, is a very powerful force, the main instrument of human progress or regression, both external and internal. And there is nothing surprising in its duality. Power is power, but who will control it is the question. In the vast majority of cases, it works uncontrollably in people's heads. That is why a person should only give in to external provocation and allow a negative shade into consciousness, as a thought instantly perceives it as a personal order, multiplying the negative outbursts with its power. This is the immediate result. A thousand-fold increased negative thought affects not only the surrounding people, materializing through words, but above all its bearer, burning and devouring him from within. And oddly enough, while the subsequent quirks of fate come precisely from such internal vicissitudes, here is the true source of all worldly troubles and broken destinies. Negative begets negative, the positive forms the positive. It can be seen that this is how God ordered. Everyone is free to choose for himself the path that attracts him more and is paved with a tempting thought. Thus, it becomes clear what in a human is from God. God has the power of creation and influences globally, and man has the power of creation, but influences locally, and he creates his own reality in which God does not interfere. And the reality that surrounds us is formed by the people themselves. And only in our hands there is the tool that allows us to change everything for the better. But is it enough just to wish good and everything will work out by itself? I'm afraid not. If you believe that you will lose weight, you really want it, but you keep eating cakes, placebo is unlikely to help. That is, action is a necessary element for chewing go. It is action that reflects the final choice of a person, what thoughts he prefers and tries to implement them. If a person is fighting for his or her health, it is not enough to believe in healing. It is also important to understand modern methods of treatment, get rid of bad habits, maintain immunity, and take appropriate medication. Faith alone is not enough, because in the face of negative thoughts, it turns into doubt, the nocebo effect, and knowledge and practical actions transform a person's faith into his personal experience, and even consciousness cannot argue with this. A person with unbreakable faith is able to change not only his life, but also the lives of other people, if they also want to believe in it and can hold this thought with the power of their attention. Another amazing fact in the study of placebo effect was discovered by the scientists. They observed that the brain decides how a particular drug will affect us before the information about the drug is conscious to us. Tomography showed that visual and verbal stimuli were processed by the brains of these people at a lower preconscious level in the striatum, which is part of the evolutionary order basal nuclei of the hemispheres, as well as in the subcortical amygdala. Experiments have confirmed that the brain decides on the effects of a drug before we analyze information about it. The placebo mechanism operates regardless of the subject's awareness of the signals that trigger it. It is an automatic and more fundamental process than belief and conscious expectation, a mechanism that regulates our actions and behavior. In this experiment, we encounter metaphysics, anticipation of the result of the drug's action, magnified by the person's belief in his recovery. The facts related to the action of a force such as human attention must be carefully studied. After all, this is the path by which every scientist can approach the proof of the existence of God. For believers in their path of spiritual development, not only faith is important, but also knowledge about their dual nature as well as the tricks of the devil on the way to God. Then their faith will be true because it is built on a solid foundation of knowledge in which there is not even a drop of doubt. What can give an understanding of the value of the power of attention in society? Creating a world in which absolutely everyone will be comfortable. It is the inability to focus one's attention on a single goal for all of humanity that creates countercurrents that slow down the process of the general unification of people into one civilization. As Tsiolkovsky said, unification also has its own law. Tourists transit each other 7 times. If people are like-minded, the wave is the same, directed to the same goal. 3 people, 7 times squared, that is 49 times. If there are 4 people, they strengthen each other 7 to the 3rd degree, 343 times, that is. Therefore, the more people, the more valuable each next person is. It multiplies the force many times. The collective is a great power. If humanity faces a global goal of transformation of society, then it is necessary to collectively invest in attention a single goal and collective actions for its implementation. When a person, based on his faith, studies the world around him, learns the essence of the teachings brought by the prophets, and gets his personal experience, then his faith is transformed into knowledge. The power of creation, which is based on knowledge and not on a shaky faith, makes a person's possibilities limitless. Such a person is able to control not only his destiny, but also to influence the whole world. Thank you for your attention. I will pass the floor to the host.
Thank you. So, the power of attention of a human being is the power of creation given to him by God. It is a real manifestation that requires comprehensive study by scientists. That which can lead to the scientific world to prove that God exists. Friends, tell me, have you ever wondered who God is and what he looks like? There is a certain stereotype formed in our society on this issue, which has a huge impact on all mankind. Renat and Nizam will tell us about it. Friends, I give you the floor.
Hello. We want to ask our viewers a question. How do you imagine God? While you're thinking, we'll give you some statistics. A 2008 Pew Research Center poll found that 60% of American adults believe in a personified God, and only 25% believe in God as an impersonal force. A personified God is a deity that can be correlated with a person as opposed to a depersonalized force, such as the absolute, an absolute spirit, an absolute idea. Now, back to our question. Many of us, at the word God, instantly have an image of a white-bearded elder sitting on a cloud. Even if a person does not believe in a personified God, or is an atheist, his consciousness gives out this very picture when the theme of God is raised. This image is written in the people's subconsciousness and is deeply rooted in the genetic memory of many generations. The prototype of this image was El, a man who had absolute power. He lived almost 1,000 years and thought he was God. Now this image appeared. How this image appeared, where its origins were, we will learn from the fragment of program From Atheist to Holiness.
Once there was a civilization that was much more developed than now. They aspired, like any material, let's say formation, to autocracy. They aimed at single world government, as, let's say, as now many are striving for. But they explained that the world should be united, people should live well, and when there is a single world government, there is one world, there are no wars, no, well, let's say, misunderstanding in terms of economy and everything else. And indeed, at a high stage of evolutionary development, people have to be united after all, but they have to be controlled to avoid chaos. And out of the best motives, a single world government was created. But once again, as I've said, science did not stand still. And it is natural that prolonging human life beyond the species limit, many times over at that, is not difficult for modern science. But due to the fact that the scientific discovery was made, it was tested, gave good results, who needs it? Exactly those who rule the whole world. So that people who lead could exist for a long time and keep order. Well, again, when a person has everything, he does not need anything. But when others come, everything might change. Well, in this way, certain people have become almost immortal. It does not mean that they could not die. They could get poisoned and die. Mechanical damage to the body could lead to a fatal outcome. But let's say they certainly would not have died from an illness or of old age. And one of the supreme governors had the name El. That's how the gods appeared. Why gods? Well, because generations were changing. But El lived almost 1,000 years. Just imagine, people are getting bored. Power no longer satisfies them, moreover peaceful power. And like any civilization at the peak of its development, or rather reaching the peak of development, they stimulated people's knowledge, education, well, as long as it was needed, and then they stepped on education and began, say, to fight the logical thinking of people. We are observing this in education now. What is happening? That is the fact. Then the chess game began. The war started between them because they were bored. Just like in ancient Rome. Remember, gladiators fight and the like? It's human nature. It requires blood, and preferably someone else's, not one's own. Well, they reached critical point, fell as low as possible, say, from the position of morality and everything else. It is clear that no one ever mentioned true God. As for all people, the gods were Atlanteans, led by El. and the group of gods with him who committed everything from the debauchery to murder. This was a norm for them. That's from where originated to the legends of Olympus and so on. Well, it all ended badly for them, because one fine day they were simply demolished.
Those who survived after the flood kept the knowledge of how to control and manipulate people for many millennia. And when 6,000 years ago the spiritual component of humanity weakened, the followers of El began to actively destroy the knowledge of one God and substitute it with the concepts of God-man. As a result, already in the second millennium before Christ, the worship of El resumes. This cult first was taken up by the Amorites and then by other peoples and tribes, Agarians, Phoenicians, Canaanites. El was portrayed as an old man with a long beard, wearing long robes. El requires constant sacrifices. Later, new deities appeared, and deliberate fragmentation into religions, confessions, and different directions began. This was done for one purpose: to divide people, so that it was easier to control them and push them in conflicts. Thus, the ancient West Semites have the cult of Baal, who is considered to be the son of El. Baal was considered the supreme god and was called simply God of or Lord. This title he wrested from the god Yama, whom he defeated in battle. He is recognized as the supreme god. Thus, there is a hierarchy among the gods. There is a supreme god and there are lower gods. They constantly fight among themselves and try to overthrow each other and the supreme god. These gods have not the best qualities of ordinary people: envy, greed, selfishness, hypocrisy. In this way, the manifestation of low qualities in people was encouraged. After all, if negative emotions are expressed by God, it means it is good. It means it is an example for impatience. During festivals in honor of Baal, there were mass orgies, often accompanied by self-mutilation. The worship of Baal involved human sacrifices, including the killing of one's own children. Baal is identified by various researchers with the Akkadian Enlil, Babylonian Marduk, Assyrian Ashur, Greek Zeus, Pan, Egyptian Seth, and other gods.
Ashur, the god of war and hunting, was the supreme god in the Assyrian pantheon. As a rule, he was depicted with a long beard together with bulls. In the 13th century BC, he, as a supreme deity, received the titles and epithets of the Sumerian god Enlil, the great mountain, lord of all countries. In the Syrian version of the poem Numa Elish, Ansar replaced the Babylonian Marduk as the greater god. Marduk was considered the protector of Babylon, the god of wisdom, lord and judge of the gods. He was attributed such epithets as the Lord of the gods, Father of the gods, and Judge of the gods. Just like the Baal, he triumphs over the old order in the form of Tiamat. He agrees to protect the other gods only for the right to be the supreme god over them. The gods, seeing Marduk's power, recognize his supremacy. So Marduk occupies the main place in the pantheon of gods of the second millennium BC. By the efforts of priests, by the end of the old Babylonian period, he is already honored far beyond Babylon. A great role in spreading the cult of Marduk was played by the popularized Akkadian poem Numa Elish. Here, Marduk is presented as a direct descendant and legitimate heir of ancient mighty powers, including the supposedly Sumerian gods. In this poem, the Akkadians include their own innovation, describing the violent overthrow of ancient orders and powers. They emphasize the basic idea that power can be gained by the right of the strongest. The main purpose of Enuma Elish was also to reduce the many images of the gods into one. The features of the Sumerian Akkadian gods, Enki and Lid, Ivan and others were already transformed to Marduk. In the following epochs, other periods and tribes fell under the system of worldviews. Marduk also adopts contradictory characteristics and human qualities. For example, angry, threatening, intimidating, making an agreement with the chosen people. Such a God could not help but cause perplexity among the believers and their uncomfortable question to priests. Why is the great God who created everything and is love, but has the character of an ordinary, selfish and cruel man? But why did the system transform the multiple images of El and his elite into various qualities of one God? Because the concept of one God is a concept from the original spiritual knowledge, because in those times knowledge began to be renewed through prophets preaching about one God. They came into this world as a counterbalance to the activation of the system. The original knowledge about one God had a great resonance among people. However, prophets came and went, and the system remained in the minds of generous living by consciousness. So the original knowledge brought by prophets, priests of the dominating religion of that time, distorted and endowed one God with the qualities of their multiple mortal gods from the past, such as anger, hatred, vindictiveness, and so on. And they did everything to make people fear God, but not to love Him, to offer Him gifts and sacrifices, but not to serve Him. Later, in the Hellenistic area, the story of Marduk is mostly copied by the archons of the Hellenes. Only the head god is already called Zeus, and the place of his rule is Mount Olympus. Zeus, like all previous supreme deities, is formidable and vengeful. Many heroes of Greek mythology became victims of his anger. The head of the gods is enormous. He often combined with earthly women. For this purpose, he sometimes turned into various animals.
Как и их предшественники, были весьма далеки от совершенства. У них не было ни абсолютного могущества.
The gods worshipped by the Greeks, like their predecessors, were very far from perfect. They had neither absolute power, nor omniscience, nor omnipresence, these indispensable attributes of the one God Creator. But they led a lascivious life, intrigue, deceit, adultery were constantly present in the pantheon of Greek gods. People thought that gods of Olympus were immortal but not eternal, and none of them, even the great Zeus, could not claim to be the creator of the universe. The question about such a creator in Greek mythology actually remained open. In the 6th century before Christ, Pindar, in an ode dedicated to the Olympic Games, says that gods are the same people but possessing a certain power. There is one race of man, one race of gods, and from a single mother we both draw our breath, but all allotted power divides us. Man is nothing, but for the gods, the bronze sky endures such a secure home forever. People sought to servilely imitate hopelessly distant gods, adopting all their negative qualities. The characteristics of the ancient gods were passed on to the Old Testament God. Here we will make a small digression. Who read the Old Testament carefully noticed that there are two gods. One creates the universe for 6 days and is called God, and then the Lord God appears, who protects only the chosen people. The second character is what we will talk about. In the holy books of the Abrahamic religions, the Lord God is described as a figure who speaks in the first person, showing emotions such as anger, grief, or pride. The Lord regretted that He made human beings on the earth, and His heart was deeply troubled. And they heard the sound of the Lord God walking in the garden in the cool of the day, and Adam and his wife hid themselves from the presence of the Lord God among the trees of the garden. And then Lord God called to Adam and said to him, "Where are you?" So he said, "I heard your voice in the garden, and I was afraid because I was naked, and I hid myself." In the Pentateuch, God speaks to the prophets appearing now in an anthropomorphic form. And the Lord said, "Here is the place by me, and you shall stand on the rock. So it shall be, while my glory passes by, that I will put you in the cleft of the rock, and will cover you with my hand while I pass by. Then I will take away my hand, and you will see my back, but my face shall not be seen." Next. "I saw the Lord sitting on a throne, high and lifted up, and the train of his robe filled the temple. I was watching in the night visions, and behold, one like the Son of Man, coming with the clouds of heaven. He came to the Ancient of Days." With the epoch of the ecumenical councils, there was a need for direct images of the Christian God. This was explained by the fact that if Christ was truly incarnate, he had a body and bodily appearance, then he not only can, but he must be depicted. And here the ancient symbolic image of the Lord in the form of an old man, who was called the Ancient of Days, came to the fore. The iconography is based on the two biblical visions. The prophet Daniel described the appearance of God in the form of an old man, and the Ancient of Days was seated. His garment was white as snow, and the hair of his head was like pure wool. John the Evangelist writes about a similar image of his book of Revelation. "Then I turned to see the voice that spoke with me, and having turned, I saw 7 golden lampstands, and in the midst of the 7 lampstands, one like the Son of Man. His head and hair were white like wool, as white as snow." Yahweh is the name by which the Old Testament God introduced himself to Moses. Yahweh is very jealous and forbids to worship of any deity other than himself. Severe punishment awaits those who disobey, and this is what he tells to Moses. "Behold, I am driving out from before you the Amorite and the Canaanite and the Hittite and the Perizzite and the Hivite and the Jebusite. Take heed to yourselves, lest you make a covenant with the inhabitants of the land where you are going, lest it be a snare in your midst. But you shall destroy their altars, break their sacred pillars, and cut down their wooden images, for you shall worship no other God, for the Lord, whose name is jealous, is a jealous God." In his book, The Bible Not a Sacred Book, Mauro Bellino describes the image of Yahweh as follows. Yahweh entered into a privileged covenant with the chosen people and used them as cannon fodder with constant bloodshed to conquer territories. And for this, he unabashedly exterminates entire nations, whose only fault was living in the territories in which he, as Yahweh, was interested. Couldn't he, as all-knowing, have taken everything earlier without making his people kill hundreds of thousands of innocent people to occupy a territory he wanted for himself? If he was a universal God, why did he compel people to fight, forcing them to defile themselves with thousands of killings and violence against men and women? He behaves just like an ordinary colonizer and ruler. The entity known as Yahweh was neither God nor himself, but one of the Elohim. Elohim is the plural form of Eloach or El, a general term for the deities among Semitic peoples. In the Bible, the Elohim are never regarded as gods. They were ordinarily actually the subject of respect and subjugation solely because of their great power granted by their technology they exhibited and which instilled terror. They were also feared for their cruelty, a characteristic of which the Bible provides An equivocal testament to Yahweh, referred to as the warrior, had no qualms about ordering actual exterminations of defenseless people, conducting operations that we today would unambitiously classify as ethnic cleansing. Yahweh was literally obsessed with the fear that his people would abandon him and follow other Elohim. That is why he constantly threatened them with death and ruthlessly killed traitors and following. The command to offer firstborn children as sacrifices was given by Yahweh himself. He wanted children to be given to him when they were 8 days old, just like animals. Exodus 22, 28, 29. And he wanted them to be burned for him, as he claims in Ezekiel 20, 25 and following. It is not surprising that the Vatican issued a kind of directive to bishops and priests, urging them to avoid using the name Yahweh and to use expressions like Lord, Most High, or Eternal instead. Perhaps they know all too well who he truly was. Therefore, speaking of the Lord Yahweh aloud is strictly forbidden. It was also prohibited to create his images.
Now it becomes clear why scientists do not believe that gods such as El, Baal, Marduk, Molech, Ashur, and Yahweh could have any relation not only to the creation of the universe, but also to basic norms of morality and humanity. And now it is understandable why those who have seriously studied religion leave it. You don't need to be a scientist to understand that such a bloodthirsty God cannot be the creator of the universe. He is more suited for the role of a destroyer, that is, Satan. Worshipping such a character means recognizing and supporting his anti-human behavior. The characteristics of Yahweh were transmitted to the Aztec god Huitzilopochtli in the 14th-16th centuries. Like Yahweh, Huitzilopochtli was very demanding of his chosen people. He was also a rather cruel and ruthless god. He subjected the Aztecs to various harsh trials. He punished them for the slightest disobedience and demanded bloodless sacrifices. Huitzilopochtli required constant replenishment of power through sacrifices. The Aztecs believed that human sacrifices could delay the end of the world for at least another 52 years. The Scandinavian god Odin, or Wotan, was also called Longbeard. Imitating him reached the point of absurdity. Long hair and beard were especially honored among Scandinavians because that's how God Odin looked like. That is why many Scandinavian men bleach their hair with special soap. They value their beard and hair more than their lives. The saga of Jomsvikings tells how one of the Jomsviking sentenced to execution asked someone to hold his hair so that it won't be touched by the axe and splattered with blood, and those around him take it for granted. A shaved head was a sign of complete downfall and empowerment, humiliating and shameful. The word beardless was a deadly insult to the Scandinavians of the 10th, 11th centuries. Such words were reason for blood feuds. Another divine character whose possessions of human-like form, although without a beard, is the divine Krishna described in the Bhagavad Gita. There are numerous translations and interpretations of this work. Let's focus on one of the comments by Sri Prabhupada. His commentary regarding the appearance of Lord Krishna is particularly intriguing, as it suggests that God cannot exist without a body. The complete whole is not formless. If he is formless, or if he is less than any other thing, then he cannot be the complete whole. Krishna therefore appears in the form of a human being, albeit an extraordinary one, a prince of one of the royal families of that time. The story begins with a scene on the battlefield. On one of the sides stand Arjuna with Krishna as his charioteer. On the other side, the enemies who are also Arjuna's relatives. Arjuna is unwilling to kill even his enemies, let alone his relatives. He believes that the death of his kin will not bring him happiness. Instead of killing his relatives for political reasons, Arjuna thinks it is better to forgive them in accordance with the principle of religion and morality. He believes that killing one of own kin for temporary material gain will bring him no good. After all, the rhyme and the pleasures it promises are not eternal. Having weighed all the pros and cons, Arjuna decided to refrain from participating in the battle and retired to the forest to become a hermit. But Krishna is surprised by his lack of courage, and the author comments on Krishna's words as follows. Such unmanly sentiments were never expected from a person belonging to the civilized class of man known as Aryas. The word Aryan is acceptable to persons who know the value of life and have a civilization based on spiritual realization. Persons who are led by the material conception of life do not know that the aim of life is the realization of the absolute truth, Vishnu or Bhavanit, and they are captivated by the external features of the material world, and therefore they do not know what liberation is. Persons who have no knowledge of liberation from material bondage are called non-Aryans. Although Arjuna was a kshatriya, he was the deviation from his prescribed duty by declining to fight. This act of cowardness is described as befitting the non-Aryas. Such deviation from duty does not help one in the progress of spiritual life, nor does not even give one the opportunity to become famous in this world. Lord Krishna did not approve of the so-called comparison of Arjuna and his kinsmen. The Lord immediately took on the role of the teacher and chastities his disciple, calling him a fool, although not directly. The Lord said, "You are talking like a learned man, but you do not know what is one who is learned. One who knows what is body and what is soul. One does not lament for any stage of the body, neither in the living nor in the dead condition."
Отказ исполнять свой долг мешает духовному развитию человека.
We recited a literal translation of the commentary from Bhagavad Gita. You will agree that this is not straightforward and understanding it can be difficult. But let's consider, can the desire to preserve another person's life, even if they are your enemy, be a sign of weakness? What is the underlying message of this commentary? According to it, as a Christian, you must kill, otherwise refusal to do your duty hinders your spiritual development. What a subtle substitution of the concept of a person's ultimate life goal.
In all the examples presented, God is depicted as male. Most believers also consider God to be male. A survey conducted by Harris Interactive Agency revealed that 42% of Americans believe God is male, while only 1% prefer to think of the Almighty as female. 38% of respondents lean towards the belief that God is neither male nor female. Only 9% of US residents are convinced that God has hands, legs, a head, and other human body parts. 48% believe that the Supreme Being has a body, but it doesn't necessarily have a human form. 27% hold the belief that the Most High does not have a body. But does the true God have a body or any gender? And what does the word God mean in different languages? We will learn from the excerpt of the program, Does God Exist?
By the way, here is another interesting point. Our translators from ALLATRA have also sent us interesting information regarding what is being said about the word God. That God, particularly in the Russian language, as linguists say, this word is similar to a Sanskrit word var, which says bestowing, that is like happiness, the one who is full. And it's interesting that, let's say, in the German group of languages, such words as God in English, they also have their roots precisely in ancient Greece, where God was called the one who is bowed to. And also, there turns out to be such a difference that in the Russian tradition, in the Sanskrit tradition, God is precisely completeness, that this inner state is described, which people have when they come into contact with Him, while here, it's a certain object,
the one who is worshipped,
which is bowed to. And in this connection, a question arises, Igor Mikhailovich, is God a personality?
No, of course not. God cannot be a personality. Personality is an inferior part of something that should become whole. A human has a personality, but a human also has a soul. Is personality really an angel? Well, to put it simply, is it an immortal being?
No, not yet.
Personality becomes an immortal being when it merges with the soul. That's when an angel appears. Therefore, God cannot be a personality.
Tell us, Igor Mikhailovich, does God have gender? Can He have any gender at all?
Gender?
Male or female?
Nowadays, everybody has a clear-cut mindset that God is of the masculine gender, and it cannot be otherwise. However, excuse me, God is the one who gives life. Does a man give life? A simple question. Who produces offspring in this world? If we use the analogy of our world, naturally, a female. Well, it turns out so, but actually, God has no.
The situation is exacerbated by the fact that the image of God as an all-bearded man is ingrained in us from childhood. From an early age, we are taught that if you don't want to be punished and want to receive gifts, we need to be obedient and humble. The character without whom we cannot imagine New Year is Father Christmas or Santa Claus. He brings gifts, and that's all we need to know about him. But shouldn't we stop there? The roots of this tradition go back to ancient Rome and the festival of Saturnalia. Saturnalia was a December festival among ancient Romans. It was initially celebrated on December 17, and later the festivities were extended until December 23, the day of the winter solstice. During these days, the sun is in the zodiac sign of Capricorn, which is ruled by Saturn, hence the name of the festival. Saturn was one of the ancient Roman gods, whose cult was one of the most widespread in Italy. He corresponds to the Greek deity Cronus, the god of agriculture, who, accordingly to myth, devoured his own children. Saturn was depicted as an old man with a long beard and a scythe in his hands. In some cases, the scythe is replaced by a large staff, or a scepter of power which Saturn wields, or death. Therefore, this character had to be appeased during the period of the winter solstice. The public celebration began with a sacrifice in the front of the temple of Saturn, followed by a religious feast. The stories describe a priest who dressed up as a god Saturn. A virgin was sacrificed to the deity and tied to a tree in the freezing cold, where she would freeze to death, indicating that the sacrifice was accepted. People exchanged gifts. The most popular gifts were simple wax candles and medallions with the image of a male head. The tradition of giving head-shaped images dates back to ancient times when human sacrifices were made to Saturn, with their heads being severed. The worship of Saturn has been preserved in many countries as a custom of dressing up as satyrs and devils for Christmas. In Finland, Santa Claus is still called Joulupukki, which translates as the Yule gold, transparent hint at Capricorn. But in the 4th century, a transformation of the holiday began. It was due to the fact that in 312 AD, Emperor Constantine proclaimed Christianity as the only official religion. Thus, Saturnalia was replaced by Christmas. The prototype of the modern Father Frost and Santa Claus is considered to be Saint Nicholas. From an early age, Nicholas excelled in the study of sacred scriptures. During the day, he never left the church, and at night, he prayed and read books. As we have already mentioned, religions were created as a tool for controlling and manipulating people's consciousness. Where the young Nicholas acquired such a passionate desire to master this tool, we don't know. But he clearly succeeded because he quickly advanced through the hierarchical ladder of the priesthood. According to the one version, his uncle Bishop Nicholas of Patara appointed him a reader and then elevated Nicholas to the rank of priest, making him his assistant and entrusting him with teaching the flock. According to another version, thanks to a miraculous sign by the decision of the Council of Lycian bishops, the layman Nicholas immediately became the bishop of Myra. Having occupied a high position, Nicholas began to zealously defend the Christian faith against heresies. He also fought against paganism, and he is credited with the destruction of the temple of Artemis ALLATRA in Myra. Numerous miracles attributed to Nicholas have been preserved in history. The resurrection of a sailor who died during a storm, numerous miraculous healing of the sick during the translation of his relics. All of these aroused his personality was exalted in every possible way. No saint has as many prayers dedicated to them as Saint Nicholas. There are 5 of them. He is honored with 3 major holidays throughout the year. December 6th, the day of his death; May 9th, the day of the arrival of his relics in the city of Bari; July 29th, the birth of Saint Nicholas. He is venerated every Thursday, and he is also depicted in icons. In icons of the 13th century, Saint Nicholas is depicted between Christ and the Virgin Mary, who handed him the Gospel and the Amophorion. He is even placed higher than Jesus and Virgin Mary, portraying the Christian saint much bigger. According to Slavic folk beliefs, Nicholas is the senior among the saints. He is part of the Holy Trinity, and he can even replace God on the throne. Even in the 19th, 20th centuries, it was possible to come across the opinion that the Trinity consists of the Savior, the Mother of God, and Nicholas. The special veneration of the saint is evidenced by the plot of folk legends about how Saint Nicholas became the ruler. He prayed so fervently in the church that a golden crown fell on his head by itself. And a golden crown is a symbol of power, a symbol of elevation in the material world. Was Jesus wearing a crown? No, a crown of thorns is what Jesus received from people for his true service to God. And it is precisely this character, Saint Nicholas, who becomes the main protagonist of Christmas celebration. In Germany, Nicholas became popular around the 11th century. The holiday in honor of the patron saint of children is one of the winter festivals where children, not adults, become the objects of attention. Devils in masks who behave provocatively and aggressively have been known in Germany since 16th century.
In general, the image of a good-natured, rosy-cheeked old man in a red kaftan was formed for a long time and appeared relatively recently. Back in the 19th century, he was portrayed as an evil creature in a goat skin with horns, which comes to the house only to demand a drink from the owners and scare children. He boiled naughty children alive in a cauldron. Then the image was divided, and Father Christmas began to walk with crumples. He probably took it in order to look better against the background. Krampus is a legendary figure in the folklore of the Alpine region, the Christmas devil, a companion, and at that time the antipode of the Nicholas the Wanderer. Extremely, Krampus looked like a demon with a red muffle and goat horns covered with shaggy black hair. According to the legend, he has a long red tongue. Krampus beats naughty children with rods and puts completely hopeless children in a basket and takes them to his castle, which according to one version is high in the mountains, according to another right in hell. To intimidate entering the house, Krampus rattles chains. Santa Claus gradually replaced Nicholas. The modern image of Santa Claus is believed to have been created in 1860s by Thomas Ned, a draftsman for popular weekly Harper's Illustrated Weekly. In England, the Christmas gifting character was first called Father Christmas. Gradually, the American Santa Claus conquered Britain, Canada, and Australia. His companions are still the evil creatures, Benskinel, Swat, Piet, Krampus, and the like. Thus, we get a convenient distribution of roles: white knight, black knight, good king, and bad boyars. All the negative characteristics are shifted towards the evil companions, but then the image is separated. The black forces seem to exist on their own, and the good king gains positive character points. Krampus is already acting as if he is on his own, but the purpose of the actions remains the same: to intimidate, so the children are taken away in shackles into slavery. And what about Santa Claus himself? He, having separated him from evil assistant, has also gradually changed his image to that of a good-natured old man with present. In this card, Santa Claus seems to be doing the same thing as his helper Krampus, stuffing a child into a bag, but somehow so kindly as if it is should be the norm. The characters are different, but the essence is the same. Initially, the pagan custom was gradually Christianized, became more human, and more recent has completely turned into an advertising character for Coca-Cola. The horned valiant from Lapland has forever been replaced by a laughing bumpkin with a bag of gifts. In parallel with the image of Santa Claus, the image of Father Frost was formed. Now, we consider him a kind bearded man, but a few centuries ago it was not like that. For example, the Slavans did not call him the Father Frost, but Morog, the name of the god of cold and winter. Another name is Morozko, or grandfather, a snow demon. And he was very evil. And the bag of Father Frost was also at first intended for collecting offerings. And with his staff, the veiled old man beat up naughty children or intimidating them. And only in the 19th century, Father Frost, whose prototype was also Nikolai Ugodnik, took better and began to give gifts. The word frost itself goes back to the ancient Indo-European root to which the word veal also belongs. It means to exhaust, to destroy, to spoil, to decay, to rot, that is, to die. About the appearance and character of Father Frost, Associate Professor of the Department of Philology, Candidate of Pedagogical Science, Ekaterina Valerievna Gidova says, there were no specific idea about how they looked like. The legend conveyed the fact that he is evil, and meeting him does not bode well for a person. If you remember, that word frost itself means to destroy. You could even die. Active promotion of New Year characters began in the second half of the last century. To raise its popularity, on the days of these holidays, they gave days of extra salaries, arranging banquets and expensive shows. To interest children, they wrote fairy tales, songs, made movies and cartoons. But despite all the efforts, at the first meeting with the new character's grandfather, a child always caused fear. Why? Because this cruel ancient tradition of child sacrifices is preserved in genetic memory. but the annual abundance of gifts outweighs this fear, and later the child is already looking forward to the New Year holidays. Thank you for your attention.
Now, that is something that can be called a worldwide deception that has been going on for over 25,000 years. The discrediting of the real God, an attempt to narrow him down to a mere mortal man with a huge amount of vices, hatred, and trivial worldly desires. This is not just a substitution, but a substitution that leads to the denial of all that is holy and the failure to understand how he who is love can be so petty, evil, and cruel. The devil himself is interested in such substitutions. It is not for nothing that for thousands of years he has kept in our heads the image of God as a white-bearded old man sitting on a throne in the sky. Knowledge is what will help us defeat the devil. Friends, and do you like holidays? How do you celebrate them, and how do you feel during and after the holidays? Do you know who invented holidays and why do we need them? Our research team has created a movie, Who Invented Holidays? Let's watch it together.
Hey, buddy.
Hi.
I'm so happy
Likewise.
to see you.
This is for you.
Thanks. Well, come in, and I'll go put the kettle on. So how was your trip to Jerusalem?
Well, everything was fine. I just returned from there. There were so many pilgrims, it was impossible to get through.
What was happening there?
Holidays, as usual. Imagine, this year's Passover celebration coincided with both Orthodox Palm Sunday and Catholic Easter, and it was Ramadan for Muslims. There were many people, but at the same time, there was a feeling of unprecedented uplift. But after only a few days, it all disappeared like a mist. After all, a holy place remains a holy place.
Wait a minute. What date was that? The 9th?
Yes, April 9th.
Right. At that time, I felt an unprecedented uplift, even though I was thousands of miles away from the holy place. So it's not about the place.
Perhaps.
Well, yes, someone must be setting these holidays.
I guess it's not a coincidence that so many religions celebrate their holidays on this day. It would be interesting to learn about this. I've been wondering about it for a long time. Where does this tradition of celebrating holidays come from? Why do some holidays have a fixed date, while the date of others changes every year? And what actually happens on these days?
What would you like? Tea or coffee? Yes, I find it very interesting too. I've even tried to uncover some patterns behind these days. And you know, a very interesting picture emerges. But first, tell me, what do you know about the calendars?
Well, practically nothing. It's just there, and that's it. Sometimes I even forget what the current date and the day of the week are.
You're underestimating it. It affects our life very much, especially when you know what day it is, which zodiac sign the sun is in, what lunar day it is, and whether the moon is waxing or waning. In ancient times, people paid a lot of attention to everything related to the movement of the stars. They devoted considerable effort to studying the planets of our solar system and the movements of the sun and the moon. That's exactly why they use solar-lunar calendars. As I discovered, holidays are linked to cosmic cycles. Nowadays, the Church dismisses astrology with disdain, which has been discredited by charlatans and pseudo-astrologers over the past 2 centuries, to such an extent that the horoscopes are printed on everything except toilet paper, maybe. The internet and social networks are full of horoscopes for all occasions. However, this doesn't prevent the Church itself from using the fruits of this quite ancient and serious science.
Since ancient times, astrology has been science of kings and sages. It was studied and practiced as far back as ancient Egypt. The concept of astrology encompasses astronomy as well as mathematics, physics, and chemistry. One of the commandments of the ancient Egyptians stated that it was forbidden for a person to try to know the future and resort to the service of soothsayers. The rules for the priests were written as follows: do not attempt to know what has not yet come to pass. In ancient Egypt, the priests possessed comprehensive knowledge, primarily on the path of the person's spiritual development. And they also had a good understanding of the exact sciences. One example of a person who managed to combine spiritual development, knowledge of natural sciences, and the role of government official was Imhotep. He brought immense benefits not only to his contemporaries, but also to us, the people of the future. Imhotep, Egyptian Imhotep, the one who comes in peace. In ancient Egypt, sage, architects, astrologer of the ancient kingdom period, vizier Tiati of Pharaoh Djoser, the first pharaoh of the 3rd dynasty, 2630-2611 BC. The word Tiati means the great ruler, the highest position in ancient Egypt. Imhotep was a person who had extensive knowledge of medicine and skillfully treated people, thanks to which he later became revered by people in ancient Egypt as the god of medicine. Although there was no magic involved, Imhotep truly possessed profound knowledge. Today, he is known as the great architect of the ancient Egypt and the designer of the first step pyramid of Djoser. It was he who laid the foundation of the construction of the 3 great pyramids in Giza, aligning them according to the geographical coordinates of the star map. The Great Sphinx, erected long before that time, served as an important landmark for the precise positioning of the step pyramid of Djoser. The activities of this sage were not associated with magical predictions. His goal was to correctly interpret events that had already occurred, in order to understand the will of God upon which the future depended. Furthermore, Imhotep was later awarded the title of High Priest, referred to as Ur-Ma'ar, meaning Great Seer. The ancient Egyptians paid great attention to significant events, signs, and dreams, believing that through them, God attempted to warn people about something. Due to such beliefs, the ancient Egyptians were generally observant individuals, both in the realm of natural phenomena and in social matters. Drawing analogies and identifying patterns took the form of predictions. The same applied to astrology. The astrology of that time was non-divinatory. All of these can be considered scientific forecasting, taking into account various cosmic cycles of agricultural, astronomical, and medical matters. After all, it was the priests who were engaged in the development of science at that time.
It turns out that astrology is a very interesting science, and not as simple as it may seem at first glance. Is that probably why people are so interested in it?
No. Astrology doesn't interest people as a science. Astrology interests people as magic, in order to learn about future events.
Do you remember how one song goes? What to say, what to say. People are like that. They want to know, they want to know. They want to know what will happen.
Yes, there used to be songs with deep meaning.
So, what about calendars? Do they have a meaning too?
I'll show you.
Since olden times, people have used several calendars, the lunisolar calendar and the lunar calendar. The lunisolar calendar reflects the visible movements of the moon and the sun. The lunar calendar is a type of calendar based on the cycle of lunar phases. A lunar or synodic month is the period of time between two consecutive new moons. There are many calendars. The Dendera calendar, the Assyrian calendar, the Vietnamese calendar, the ancient Persian calendar, the ancient Greek calendar, the Jewish calendar, the Chinese calendar, the Rapa Nui calendar, Easter Island, the Roman calendar, the Sumerian calendar. One of the oldest lunisolar calendars was discovered in 1972 at the Achinsk site in the North Minusinsk Basin. It was carved from a mammoth tusk and shaped like a staff with a spiral pattern of serpent-like bands. The age of the finding is around 18,000 years. Researchers concluded that people counted days according to the phases of the moon during the Paleolithic era, since the convenience of counting requires a whole number of days in a month, and the various lunar cycles range from 27.2 to 29.6 days and cannot be evenly divided into whole days. Calendars have long sought to compensate for the inaccuracy with variable month length or the introduction of additional days. Buddhist calendar. In Buddhism, all significant dates are tied exactly to the lunar calendar. The full moon, 15th day of the waxing moon, and the new moon are considered major auspicious holidays, while the 8th days of the waxing and waning moon are considered minor auspicious holidays. In addition to the lunar calendar, Buddhists are also use the regular solar calendar, where the months have their own names. Babylonian calendar. The Babylonians reckoned the month from the new moon. The months always began in the evening with the first appearance of the lunar crescent. A year consisted of 12 or 13 months. Monday was dedicated to the moon, Tuesday to Mars, Wednesday to Mercury, Thursday to Jupiter, Friday to Venus, Saturday to Saturn, and Sunday to the Sun. Ancient Slavic calendar. The Slavic calendar was also originally lunar. The very word month indicates that this period was determined by the lunar cycle. However, the necessity of engaging in agriculture prompted them to pay more attention to the sun. The main holidays were also tied to the sun. Thus, over time, the calendar became lunisolar. Boris Alexandrovich Rybakov, a researcher of Slavic culture and the history of Kievan Rus, and a member of the Russian Academy of Science, concluded, through a comparison with the folk calendar, that the Slavs considered the correlation of the entire annual cycle with astronomical events. These events included the days of the solstices and equinoxes, which were celebrated as Slavic holidays such as Maslenitsa, Kupala, Osinini, Kaleda. On the wheel of the year, they formed an equilateral cross with 4 apexes. The encounters, or stretchi, between the apexes were marked, which were more closely tied to the lunar calendar and extended over time. Thus, the wheel of the year formed an 8-pointed star. The Celtic calendar of annual festivals. Samhain, Hallows, the night of October the 31st to November the 1st. Yule, winter solstice. Imbolc, Candlemas, February the 1st to the 2nd. Ostara, spring equinox. Beltane, the night of April the 30th to May the 1st. Letha, midsummer, summer solstice. Lunasad, Lammas, August the 1st to the 2nd. Mabon, autumn equinox. In Celtic region, there are 4 main religious festivals that are periodically mentioned in Irish mythological texts: Samhain, Imbolc, Beltane, and Lunasad. The Celtic year is divided into 2 seasons: the dark season, which begins with Samhain, and the bright season, which begins with Beltane.
But I've always thought the priests determined them. And it turns out that all holidays are tied to the sun and the moon.
Exactly. Since time immemorial, they have been led exactly on the days that coincided with certain cosmic cycles. The calendar nature of holidays coordinates the rhythms of human life and the rhythms of the universe, helps us make a choice in favor of order, the meaning of life, against chaos and death. There is cyclicity of holidays, the cycles of the moon's rotation, cyclicity of the sun's movement, and other cosmic cycles.
Now I understand why ancient peoples observe equinoxes and solstices with such precision. It turns out that in ancient times, people on different continents had the same knowledge.
Yes, you're right. Remember I told you about the chart? Well, when I drew the holidays of the major religions on it, I saw an interesting picture, that almost all of them coincide. Let me show you. And notice, for example, the day of the summer solstice is a holiday of 5 religions. Moreover, the Slavs celebrated on this day Ivan Kupala, the Lithuanians Lado, in Poland Sobotki, in Latvia Ligo or Janov Day. In Denmark, they celebrated St. John's Eve on this day, and in Spain, they light the bonfires of St. Juan. While studying the holidays and their cyclicity, I noticed that almost all calendars have a dark and light time. I have a question. Why during the dark period there are so many light holidays? The celebration of Our Lady Kazan, the presentation of the Virgin Mary into the temple, the day of the Immaculate Conception of the Virgin Mary, the holiday of St. Andrew, Hanukkah, Christmas, Christmas Eve, the triumph of the Blessed Virgin Mary, Epiphany. The dark time is considered to be the time when all evil spirits become very active. This can be identified by the inner state of the people. People are often in a negative and depressed state during this period.
Let me guess. This is autumn. As a doctor, I can tell you that this is a time when all chronic diseases are exacerbated.
In spring and autumn, the human body is exposed to various attacks. It becomes more susceptible to infections and change in weather conditions. A large epidemiological study involving 7,000 people was conducted in the Netherlands. It showed that the overall prevalence of mental disorders is higher in the autumn-winter period. The same tendency was found in the United States. Seasonal exacerbation of diseases occurs in almost 40% of the population and lasts approximately 6 to 8 weeks and passes by spring. In the autumn-winter period, the mood worsens, the ability to enjoy pleasure decreases or is lost. Drowsiness, apathy, and increased appetite occur. Even young people may experience insomnia, irritability, and eating disorders in autumn. In older people, especially those suffering from mental disorders, these manifestations can be vivid. There may occur impairment of short-term memory, increased suspicion, anxiety and fears, isolation, as well as domestic helplessness. In severe cases, hallucinations and voices in the head may occur. Autumn exacerbation is more than just a mood. It is a special psycho-emotional state characterized by an unstable mood, fixation on certain situations, inhibition, both motor and mental. According to the statistics, most people die in winter.
But not everyone feels bad during this period. Some do feel very good. And they, in turn, fall into 2 categories. Some of them are mages who receive energy of those prisoners who are in their web, and others are those who aspire to God and are seriously engaged in their spiritual development.
Mages? Are you serious? What's it connected with?
Look how mages and witches themselves describe this period.
After Perun's day, the days of the sun come. It is a special time. Just as the deity gives us its final cares and strength, so do we give back. During this period, there is no concept of must give. No, it is different. It is not even a desire. It is a persistent need to share. So autumn begins in August. It is divided into 5 unequal periods of time. The first is Golden Autumn or Indian Summer. It starts at the end of August and extends into the beginning of September. It is bright and active, a real time of wonders. A time of impulsive magic, beauty and inspiration. The second period is called the time of farewell. It is a short interval from the second decade of September until its end. The third part of autumn is a strange time of calmness and wisdom, when Swarga was already closed and autumn has fully asserted its rights. But the first shadows of the last October night have not yet crept into the world. These are the first 2 weeks of October. The fourth part is 2 weeks of shadow time. Of course, this is the most amazing period of time, the preparation for Bellest Night, or Samhain, the strangest and the most mysterious time of autumn. The fifth part is when the time of the dead comes. The darkest month of the year is November, scary days full of cold rains, late indifferent sunshine, bare sleeping trees. A time when the birth of the sun is still too far away and the last lights of the October night have already gone out. Otherwise, it is called timelessness.
Yeah, that sounds weird. But it's magic. It doesn't work on me. It has nothing to do with me.
You're wrong to think that way. There's a lot we don't know. There's an evil, invisible world, and it hunts for humans' life energy. The magic period, the dark time of the year, lasts from October 15th to January 7th and ends on Christmas.
When studying magic rituals, we were faced with the fact that every mage has his or her own web, where there is quite a big number of people who address the mage for solutions of their material problems. Our research has revealed some of the properties of shadows. When we saw with our own eyes how diverse the invisible world is, we were amazed. It may be compared to an ocean where life is boiling and where there is a rigid hierarchy. Let's take, for instance, skyfish and plasmoids. They are 10 times denser than shadows, but they do not harm people. Just like in the ocean, when food enters the water, smaller fish approach it first, and then larger predators such as sharks and whales come. The same is true for skyfish and plasmoids. Skyfish appear first, and then plasmoids force them out of the area. Later on, creatures that displace plasmoids themselves may come. Continuing this analogy, we can say that skyfish and plasmoids are like fry. Succubi and incubi are small fish. We understand that there are bigger creatures as well. We couldn't detect anything like that directly. Yet, by indirect signs such as the departure of smaller shadows and changes in the electromagnetic field, we understood that a larger entity appeared in the room where the experiment took place. Apparently, just like in the material world, the bigger an animal, the stronger it is. The same is in the invisible world. The stronger an entity is, the bigger it is. The only fundamental difference is that in the material world, a large animal is visible from a distance, and it cannot suddenly disappear, while a strong shadow, having the properties of its body rarefaction, can disappear in the literal sense of the word. That is, the larger a shadow is, the less it is possible to see it. Young and not very strong shadows can dance when they spend energy. This happens when they move in search of food or are in the process of feeding. Whereas larger and stronger shadows might not show up even when they are eating. So, what do they actually eat? Why do they work on two basic human instincts, the desire for sex and fear of body death? Why is it that when a shadow sticks to a person, it starts coming to him regularly, while other shadows do not? And what are the consequences for a person? Does a person become more aggressive when a shadow appears near him? Or does a shadow come when a person is aggressive? That's a very interesting question. We are still observing. People have been seeing shadows without any equipment since ancient times. It seems impossible, but still. We find mentions of this in historical data and in the words of the prophets. In his Omnipotence treatise, Mir Said Baraka wrote, "The invisible world is like a sea. It contains plenty of life, but a human is so stupid that he doesn't see that. A sage differs for the fact that he sees what an ordinary person doesn't see. Whereas ALLATRA differs from a sage for the fact that he controls what a sage sees. A human being is a unique object. He has an ability to perceive the subtle world. At the same time, he possesses mechanisms for blocking this ability. Many people noticed that they saw shadows with their peripheral vision without any additional equipment, when shadows were moving or appeared near a person."
Wow, I had no idea such things were happening in the world. That's why I used to have heavy thoughts and strange states in autumn and winter. It turns out that this is a magical influence. Mages weave their web in the invisible world using those people who come to them for help for fulfilling their wishes and feed on their energy. It's good that I never went to them, though I have plenty of wishes. And you have also mentioned that people who are engaged in their spiritual development feel good too, just like mages. How can that be explained? It's clear that mages gather energy from people, but why do people who are spiritually developing feel good during this period? Is it because they're under the protection of the life forces?
You could say that. It can all be explained in terms of physics.
A belief that at the crack of dawn all evil spirits immediately disappear.
Not only evil spirits.
Why does an activation of subpersonality happen more often in the dark, as it turns out?
Right, in the dark.
How do photons affect this?
Just for understanding, this applies not only to dark forces. Let's say a prayer is deeper exactly when a person is in darkness or in a room, preferably either darkened or dark. A practice, even a spiritual one, works well under the sun too. But it is much more intense and deeper when it takes place either in a darker room or actually at night. During the night, it works simply magnificently. Therefore, not only what is bad works at night, but also what is good. When we talk about some subtle energy processes, so to say, we should understand that everything has an impact here. The electromagnetic field, and again. And nowadays, we are overloaded. We have phones, Wi-Fi. It's a huge load, in fact. Habitually, we do not see and do not perceive it, but at the subtle energy level, it is felt very well. Now imagine what daylight is. It's a huge flow, a huge number of photons, so to say, per every millimeter. In other words, these are highly energetically charged particles that literally move like a solid flow. That's why it is natural that for subtle material structures, for those very subpersonalities, it's a little bit difficult to be under such a load and to manifest some additional forces of theirs. Well, they will be discharged. Here's a simple example. You go outside in the heat and you need to calculate something kind of smart. You no longer feel too good, right?
Yes.
Even when it's hot, you don't feel good. You feel good when it is comfortable or when it's a little bit cool. Then you can think well too. And you can think particularly well when you're in a half-darkened room. Why? Because nothing affects your consciousness, whereas your consciousness is outside the body. Well, thank God, experts who study consciousness, the brain, from the perspective of neurophysiology, neurobiology, and so on, already talk openly about this. Meaning, they've already come to the conclusion that there are pictures in the brain, but there is no consciousness. That's the entire point. In other words, it's a field structure. And being a field structure, which is located again, so to say, in the same environment where you are, it's a natural process because it is always near. So, additional energy load contributes to this. Why do we even feel bad in the heat? Heat is, what is heat? Those are again waves that we experience, heat waves. Heat waves also don't affect people too well, not because it makes us feel uncomfortable, but because it makes it uncomfortable for consciousness too. Now, let's imagine we are out in the sun, okay? We can still think. After all, consciousness is sort of not going anywhere. It's harder, but we can think. But what happens? For example, let's take a jellyfish, okay? I mean, it is less dense in structure, so to say. It evaporates very quickly in the sun. And now, let's reduce its density by at least 1,000 times. What would happen to such a structure?
Yes, very quickly, right.
Of course. After all, the density of, let's say, subtle energy structures, whoever it is, and whatever we call them, including consciousness, subpersonality, all sorts of third forces, and many, many other entities, everything that hides in the shadows, so to say. It's not very comfortable for them in the sun. These are additional expenditures of energy. Therefore, they try to avoid that. That's normal and natural.
It's interesting.
It's interesting, of course.
So it turns out that this period of time when it's dark is good for subtle energy processes because depending on what predominates in a person, either good and his spiritual practices will work out better or bad, and then he is more open to the impact of those.
Yes, to the impact of third forces on him.
Among sorcerers and their fellow practitioners of magic, there exists their own so-called magical year. It is important to understand how it is structured and at what moments its seasons change, in order to trace the time when energy from the universe, which depends on the movement of stars, the sun and the moon, will flow in the most powerful stream. When starting to interact with magic, it is necessary to take into account such surges of energy. These two celestial luminaries are the great hands of our cosmic clock. The sun is the hour hand, indicating the seasons, while the moon is the minute hand, revealing to us the tides of the sea and the hidden work of the subconscious. In the work with magic, the moon is of the greatest importance. The ancient religion of moon worship is called Britannic. 4 magical holidays: Halloween, October the 31st, Candlemas, February the 2nd, Beltane, April the 30th, and Lammas, August the 1st, mark the beginning of each quarter of the tide cycle. Halloween, All Saints' Eve, is the first day of the magical year and the first tide of destruction. The dark tide of destruction reaches its highest point by the winter solstice. Candlemas, Catholic Candlemas, is the first bright tide of summer. The spring equinox balances the light and dark tides. Beltane marks the beginning of the highest tide, the highest point of which is the summer solstice. Lammas is the time for harvesting, ripening of fruits, and the first glimpses of the dark tide. The autumn equinox is the balance again.
It is so important to know all this in order to protect yourself from the dark forces. And what are these tides forces that mages use?
Actually, the best protection against magic is to not practice it. And the tides of the force come from the spiritual world to help people. But people who are connected with mages pass it over to mages, being left with nothing but inner emptiness and a depressive state. After all, a mage cannot take this force directly, so those who come to him are important to him. In fact, a mage depends on clients and not the other way around.
You may be right, but this is not provable.
Why? All these supernatural phenomena can be explained scientifically. Did you know that changes at a subtle level are reflected in the water and can be recorded by devices? For example, Masaru Emoto's experiments with water, people also react to all these changes. Look, water is used in many rituals of different religions. I'll go get some boiling water.
You're right. We have the ritual of the sacred washing in mikvah. If the community has to choose between building of mikvah or a synagogue, preference is given to mikvah. If there is no mikvah in the community, it is prescribed to even sell the last scroll of the Torah, but still build a mikvah.
You see, a ritual with water is more important than a scroll of the Torah. And there's a reason for that. For example, on Epiphany, water changes its properties. The ancients knew that on this day the sun, the earth, and other cosmic bodies are positioned in such a way that water changes its structure, opening a channel for communication between the human and the spiritual world. Water is an excellent conductor. It is capable of memorizing and accumulating information, both negative and positive. And, naturally, it can either restore a person or destroy them.
Water is the foundation of life on Earth. It is a component of all living organisms ranging from 45 to 98%, including the human body, where it accounts for up to 80% of total mass. It is present in natural minerals and the atmosphere. Even fire contains elements of water in the form of hydrogen and oxygen, which fuel combustion. Therefore, any alterations in the structure of water have an impact on everything where it is presented. Water is the first to react to changes in the external environment. Nowadays, there are experiments that confirm this. One of them was conducted by Vladimir Vladimirovich Zetlin, Doctor of Technical Sciences. While studying the properties of water consumed by astronauts on the International Space Station, Dr. Zetlin noticed that at 1000 and 1800 the water exhibited maximum conductivity, meaning its molecules were exceptionally active. However, at 1 p.m. and 4 a.m. the water seemed to come down and become less active. Vladimir Zetlin said, "I began with the understanding of the variability of water depending on the diurnal cycle. It is surely related to the Earth's oscillations. Our Earth's spheres can oscillate both vertically and horizontally. This process depends on the gravitational impact of the Sun and the Moon. Water in oceans, rivers, and our bodies captures all these changes in the external environment. That's why we sometimes experience extraordinary vitality or, on the contrary, a sudden lethargy. We proved this through an experiment with Mexican Epuntia cactus in my office. By attaching electrodes to the roots, we started to monitor. My hypothesis was confirmed. During the hours when water is naturally comes down, the plant's biopotential decreases. Further, Vladimir Zetlin stated, the Sun also has 27-day cycle. During this time, it completes a full rotation around its axis. Ancient people always celebrated the New Year in the period of the winter solstice, around December 22nd, 23rd. At this time, the distance between the Sun and the Earth is at its minimum, reaching 149 million kilometers. When measuring water conductivity on December 22nd, water abnormally changed its properties, meaning it remained calm not just for an hour, as it does daily, but for 6 hours. On January 18, the eve of Epiphany, we checked the indicators of water conductivity and couldn't believe our eyes. It happened again. Then, every 27 days the water would transform into baptismal water. And what's astonishing is that these days were always close to some Orthodox holidays: Candlemas, Matrona's Day, Annunciation. Apparently, ancient people knew the properties of water better than us. We realized that this water may be beneficial to human by possibly reducing excessive aggression through the lowering of membrane potential of the cells. People become calmer and more measured in their actions during these days, regardless of whether they bathe in an ice hole or not. Additionally, this water does not spoil easily due to decreased conductivity. which suppresses the growth of microorganisms. During the hours of great calmness of water on the planet, it can be collected from a river or tap. It will retain its good quality in a vessel for a long time. It is good to wash with such water, and since water exists in a gaseous state on the planet as well, it becomes easier for all of us to breathe during these special days on the solar 27-day cycle.
You see? It's all just physics. There is a certain conductivity in water, and signals are transmitted through it. But when the conductivity decreases, the signals start to travel slower. As a result, the functioning of all the structures slow down, and a person becomes kinder and calmer.
It's true. From the ancient times, folk beliefs mention that the world dies during this period and then is reborn again. And it's remarkable that even indoor plants react to it, like this cactus that remains still during the holiday and then comes back to life with even greater vigor.
Notice how after the Easter holiday, all vegetation starts to burst with life and awaken. Water is something that allows us to observe the energetic influences that affect all matter. But to understand more, let's recall the basics of astronomy.
The astronomical year is the sidereal year, the period of Earth's orbit around the Sun with respect to the fixed stars. The duration of the astronomical year is 365.2564 days. The tropical year is the time from one vernal equinox to the next, or from one summer solstice to another. The average duration of the tropical year since January 1st, 2000 is 365.2422 days. Sidereal day is the time it takes for the Earth to complete a 360 degrees rotation around its axis. They last for 23 hours, 56 minutes, 4.09 seconds. Solar day lasts for 24 hours, 0 minutes and 30 seconds and is measured by the duration of one rotation of the Earth with respect to the Sun. On gas giants, the lack of a solid surface. Solar day depends on latitude, and atmosphere rotates at different speeds at different latitudes. Precession is a phenomenon in which the axis of rotation of an object changes its direction in space. The ecliptic is a large cycle of the celestial sphere along which the Sun's apparent annual motion, as seen from Earth, takes place relative to the stars.
In ancient times, they constructed entire megalithic complexes, taking into account astronomical processes, and we are directly connected to them.
I wonder how the megalithic complexes relate to astronomy. If they measured everything with such precision, it must have been important for human life, right?
Absolutely. They observed astronomical phenomena, and precision in their measurements was of great importance to them. Recently, I came across an interesting article in the scientific journal.
Simon Elievich Schnoll is a biophysicist, professor and doctor of biological sciences. He is one of the organizers of the world's first biophysics department. His area of scientific interest lies in oscillatory processes in biological systems. For over 40 years, he conducted observations of oscillatory processes in various systems, including the alpha decay reaction. This type of radioactive decay always exhibits slight variations in time. These variations are shown on the graph called histogram. A histogram is a graphical representation of tabular data in the form of a bar chart, along with measurements of radioactivity. In some cases, phenomena at other objects were investigated, such as noise in electronic circuits, Brownian motion, fluctuations, random deviations in the intensity of light generated by a LED or laser. Scroll's group had an opportunity to conduct observations and create histograms continuously for many decades. They noticed that at the same time and in the same place, histograms have the same shape for different processes. The change in the shape of histograms doesn't depend on the nature of the processes, on the absolute values of the measured characteristics, and on the absolute values of the amplitude of scattering of results. The shape of histograms does not change in the presence of shielding, such as walls and interfloor ceiling of laboratory rooms, since alpha decay is not affected by influences in real terrestrial conditions, and the shape of alpha decay histograms practically coincides with other processes. Scientists have concluded there is a common cause for the discovered regularities. The shape of histograms is determined by some external factors relative to the studied processes. As a result of years of research, by 1995, it was established that the shapes of histograms change in conjunction with circadian periods, and these changes are not caused by visible reasons. Within a day, there are two special moments, when the signs of the Earth's rotation around its axis and its movement along the orbit change. The first moment occurs during the daytime, from 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. local time, when these directions are opposite, and the second moment occurs during the night time, from 6 p.m. to 6 a.m., when these moments are parallel. The sequence of histogram shapes during the day turns out to be opposite to their sequence during the night. This is called the half-day palindrome effect. A palindrome is any pattern, number, combination of letters, word or graph that reads the same in both directions. The changes in the shape of histograms depend on the variations and relative positions of the Earth, Moon, Sun, and other celestial bodies. The shape of histograms also varies over time with periods equal to the stellar 1436 minutes and solar 1440 minutes days. It also depends on 27-day periods that share similar energy characteristics. Furthermore, it is influenced by 3-year periods. The calendar year, 365 average solar days, the tropical year, 365 days, 5 hours, 48 minutes, and sidereal year, 365 days, 6 years, 9 minutes. The shape of histograms is more likely to repeat after 24 hours, 48 hours, and 72 hours. Further, this similarity is not observed. There is also a half-year palindrome phenomenon. Exactly after half a year, the sequence of changes in the daytime histograms is opposite, but not nighttime. The existence of palindromes and presence of special points have been established for the Earth's motion relative to the Moon, Sun, and certain planets. Palindrome special points in the series of histograms have been discovered during the new moons, solar eclipses, and moments of the Sun, Moon, Venus, Mars, and Mercury crossing the planet of the celestial equinoxes. Exactly after half a year, the correlation between the directions of Earth's daily rotation and its movement along the circumsolar orbit changes to the opposite. During the day, laboratory, a point on the Earth's surface, intersects the designated directions in space in the same way as it does at night after half a year. This is manifested by a high probability of similarity between the sequential series of daytime histograms and nighttime histograms after half a year without inversion, as well as with inversion for daytime histograms, the half-year palindrome effect. This effect, along with the presence of distinct annual periods, indicates the relative stability of anisotropy, that is, spatial inhomogeneity over many years. In such a way, the shape of histograms is determined by the movement of the Earth, its rotation around its axis, and its movement along the circumsolar orbit. During the Earth's daily rotation and its movement along the circumsolar orbit, the studied objects consistently fall into spatio-temporal inhomogeneities that remain unchanged over many years. The shape of histograms serve as name cards for these spatio-temporal inhomogeneities. The probable cause of these spatio-temporal inhomogeneities is heterogeneous distribution of matter, the presence of condensations of matter and celestial bodies.
Pay attention to the 72 hours during which the shape of the histograms repeats, and that's 3 days.
Right. I remember feeling so great on the day of the holiday, and for 2 more days afterwards. And then 3 days of being in a terrible mood. I didn't even realize what had happened.
3 days is a certain cycle. Studies by scientists, those very Zetlin and Schnoll, showed that there are cyclical processes that influence matter, and Schnoll proved that these are certain properties of space and time in which Earth finds itself with certain periodicity. And what is a human body? It's that very matter, and it's subject to that very influence. You notice how your mood changes from time to time, as well as your energy level and your emotions?
Well, yes, everything changes, like the weather at the sea.
You've said it right. During the holidays, you usually feel good, have a lot of energy, want to do everything, and don't get so angry at your loved ones if something is not done your way. Now remember what happens before the holidays and after them?
Well, there was some panic, some anxiety before the trip to Jerusalem. You know, the journey, the tickets, the accommodation. And afterwards, somehow the whole feeling of the holiday dissipated quickly, like fog, as I've said before.
So it's all just physics. In our world, everything is cyclical. Rise, fall, up, down, good, bad, gain of energy, loss of energy. Those who know about this have learned to use the ups, the time when people are filled with force, for their own purposes. After all, what is human attention? This is force. This is the most valuable currency in the universe.
Come on, how is that possible? How can they take that force from people?
Well, it's very simple. To divert your attention from your inner dialogue with God and direct it to the external, rituals, ceremonies. But they can't just take it. A man, as a personality, has to give it away voluntarily, so he has to be cheated, figuratively speaking. And before you know it, you'll drain your life force into nowhere. And here you have devastation, lack of energy.
I don't get it. Can you be more specific?
Let's be specific. Do you know such a holiday as Halloween?
What kind of holiday is this? It's some obscurantism. It's scary to go outside. All the windows are decorated with cobwebs and skulls, and there are people walking around, dressed up as vampires and all sorts of evil spirits. I've never understood what could be fun and joyful about this holiday.
It's good that you understand this, because many people take it for granted.
Halloween. The word Halloween is synonymous to All Hallows' Eve. Originally, it was a festival known as Samhain. Samhain was indeed a festival associated with the end of the harvest season. It was considered a celebration to the transition from one year to another and a day when other world was believed to be more accessible. The original word Samhain means assembly, connection among the Gauls, as well as the ancient Celts and other Indo-European ancestors. The year consisted of two main seasons, the dark season and the clear time of year. Samhain marked the beginning of the dark season and was considered a threshold time when boundary between our world and the other world could be easily crossed. Later, it came to be called Assembly of the Living and the Dead. According to Irish mythology, Samhain was a time when the doors of the other world opened, allowing supernatural beings and the souls of the deceased to enter our world. Samhain lasted for a week, the day of Samhain itself, as well as 3 days before and after. In the United Kingdom and Ireland, All Saints' Day and the holiday of Samhain marked a perilous transitional time between autumn and winter. In the British Isles, from the 8th century onward, All Saints' Day began to be celebrated on November 1st, either to coincide with the Celtic holiday of Samhain or to replace it. In the Catholic tradition, All Saints' Day is also observed on November 1st. The following day, November 2nd, is celebrated as All Souls' Day, honoring all the faithful departed. In 1484, Pope Sixtus IV increased the solemnity of the holiday by extending it to 8 days and naming it Octave. During these days, children are allowed to play with melted candles left on grave and mold them into wax balls. In some cases, families also light candles by the front door, with the number of candles matching the number of deceased loved ones. Mexico. All Saint Days in Mexico coincides with the first day of the celebration of the Day of the Dead, known as Dia de Muertos. On this day, deceased children are commemorated, known as Dia de los Inocentes. The second day is dedicated to honoring all deceased adults. Philippines. Filipinos traditionally celebrate this day by visiting the graves of their family members to clean and repair the tombs. November 1st is a fixed date public holiday in over 50 countries around the world.
Look how Samhain has been transformed. The word itself was interpreted as connection, gathering. It was a threshold time, as a link, connection of our world with the other world. And the other world was understood as the spiritual world, but later it was replaced by the other world, and even later by the world of the dead. So instead of the greatness of life, we celebrate the triumph of death.
Well, that's one such holiday. The rest are alright, aren't they?
No. There is another scheme, when an artificial pit is made, which creates a spiritual decline. For example, the famous Valentine's Day. It is celebrated on the eve of Candlemas. Which mark the midpoint between the solstice and the vernal equinox.
But I wonder, why then Valentine's Day, not Candlemas, became so popular?
And it's enough to see what people are striving for on this day. Well, Valentine himself is quite an interesting historical character, which is difficult to attribute to saints.
In the Middle Ages, Saint Valentine was considered the patron saint of epilepsy among Catholics, also known as Saint Valentine's disease or Saint Valentine's plague. The skull of the saint was used for healing pilgrims. The supposed skull of Saint Valentine, adorned with flowers, is on display in the Basilica of Santa Maria in Cosmedin, Rome. In Kidrick, people touched the statue of the saint with branches of yew trees growing in the cemetery, and then brewed tea from them for the treatment of epilepsy. In Germany, in South Tyrol, swallowing pieces of wood from the altar of the saint helped with toothaches. The relics of the Saint Valentine were placed on the heads of the children afflicted with gout in Würzburg. People also turned to the saint for abdominal ailments, bringing him wax frogs as sacrifice. From February 13th through 15th, ancient Romans celebrated the festival of Lupercalia, during which women were beaten with straps made of goatskin offered as a sacrifice. It was believed that such a ritual would help overcome infertility. This festival was abolished by Pope Gelasius in the late 5th century, but gradually transformed into the day of celebration of love and affection.
Just think about it. Valentine is the patron saint of epilepsy. But I have a question. If we patronize someone or something, do we actually want to exist? Why patronize illnesses?
You know, I've never even thought about that. And now, I'm starting to understand you. And it's also a good business, you know?
Well, yes, you got it right. I've recently read that over 1 billion Valentine's Day cards are sent worldwide every year. Only Christmas surpasses that. And you know, on Valentine's Day, there are usually romantic meetings with drinking and revelry until morning. And what will a person feel the next day, besides a headache?
But still, there are religious holidays whose traditions haven't changed, right? You yourself said that they coincide with cosmic rhythms.
Absolutely right. It's just that these holidays are filled with pitfalls before and after celebration. We've just discussed a vivid example. 2 important Christian holidays. The Catholic All Saints' Day, celebrated on November 1st, and the Orthodox feast of the presentation of Jesus at the temple on February 15th, are literally filled with pitfalls. October 31st is Halloween, and November 2nd is the Day of the Dead. So even if you didn't get energetically drained during the revelry of Halloween and felt the grace of the holiday, the next day you will go to the cemetery and politely give your energy to the dead. The same goes for Valentine's Day, a holiday of socially acceptable lewdness and drunkenness before the presentation of Jesus. So if you get energetically drained on Valentine's Day, and then there is a filling up of presentation of Jesus, then it's some kind of balance. But it's only a kind of balance, because when a person sins, they distance themselves from God and His grace, and this pit can hinder a person's energetic and spiritual recovery for a long time.
As I see, true holidays differ in terms of energetic power as well.
Yes, that's right. One of the most powerful holidays of the year is Easter.
Easter, also known as the bright resurrection of Christ, is the oldest and most important Christian holiday, commemorating the resurrection of Jesus. For Christians, the name of the holiday was acquired in a different interpretation and means passing from death to life, from earth to heaven. The date of Easter is determined by the correlation between the lunar and solar calendars. The general rule for calculating the date of the Easter is that it is celebrated on the first Sunday after the first full moon that occurs after the spring equinox. The week before Easter is called Holy Week, or the week of mourning. Good Friday is considered the saddest day of the year for Orthodox Christians. All believers mourn and remember the Savior. Maundy Thursday, Good Friday, and Holy Saturday are sometimes referred to as the Easter Triduum, meaning 3 days in Latin. In the Netherlands, Belgium, and France, church bells remain silent for 1 or several days before Easter as sign of mourning. In Norway, in addition to skiing and egg painting in mountain cabins, there is also a modern tradition of watching or reading about mysterious murders during Easter. All major TV channels show crime and detective stories during this time. Magazines publish stories in which readers can find out who did it, and detective novels are published before Easter. The tradition of whipping is observed on Easter Monday in Czech Republic and Slovakia. In the morning, men beat women with special handmade whips. The whip, called pomlaska or korbach, consists of 8, 12, or even 14 branches of willow twigs, usually half a meter or 2 meters long, and decorated with colored ribbons at the end. According to legend, women are whipped to preserve their health and beauty throughout the following year. As a sign of gratitude, a woman who has been whipped gives the man who whipped her a painted egg or a small amount of money. In some regions, women have the opportunity to take revenge, and following day or the day after, they can pour cold water on any man. A similar tradition existed in Poland, where it is called Dingus Day, but it has turned into a one-day water battle. In Chinese culture, during the celebration of the spring equinox, the main popular amusement is balancing eggs on their heads. In Christianity, the Easter holiday is accompanied by feasting, Easter cakes, and colored eggs. The most popular tradition is the egg fight, where children and even adults choose Easter egg and hit them against each other. The one whose egg breaks is the loser. In the past, holidays were not celebrated from morning, as it is customary now, but from the evening. For example, the Celts counted days from evening to evening, not from morning to morning. Therefore, any significant holiday began from the appearance of the first star in the sky. Since ancient times, there has been a strong belief that on the night of a holiday, the gates of heaven open and the boundary between worlds is blurred, making it easier for a human to feel the connection with the higher spiritual world, the world of God.
Can you see what they have turned a holiday into? Some people beat women, others beat eggs. What do eggs have to do with it anyway?
The true meaning of the holiday has been lost, and the egg is just a symbol. Originally, it symbolized the birth of the universe. It was the most convenient form for life to develop in it. But, as always, with the loss of knowledge, everything turned into mundane rituals.
Very interesting. Where can I learn more about this?
There's an interesting video about the egg shape and its properties. I'll send you the link. Easter is a holiday with a history that spans thousands of years. After all, it was celebrated long before Christianity because this holiday is linked to the cosmic cycles, and the cosmos doesn't belong to any religion.
Right. I've been wondering for a long time. why Jesus' birth is celebrated on the same day, while the date of his resurrection constantly changes, meaning he's born on the same day, but rises from the dead at different times.
The celebration of Easter is tied to the day of the vernal equinox. It is celebrated on the Sunday after the first full moon following the vernal equinox. In the cosmology of different peoples of the world, this day is considered the day of the victory of life over death, the time of the awakening of nature. At this time, many nations celebrate their most sacred holidays. For example, the holiday of Nowruz Bayram among the Iranian and Turkic people, these are countries that possess Islam, is a holiday of spring and the onset of the new year according to the solar calendar. Coincides with the day of the vernal equinox. Nowruz means new day in Farsi. Bayram is a Turkic word and means holiday. Nowruz Bayram is one of the most ancient holidays on the planet. The most ancient source where Nowruz is mentioned is Avesta, the holy book of Zoroastrianism. It says that every spring people celebrated the appearance of life on earth.
And now, here's the answer. It's because religions have appropriated the universally cosmic holidays of the new cycle of life and named them as they fit, concealing their important essence.
Yes, but we, humans, are not interested in the bigger picture. And actually, going back to the graph of uplifts and falls, Easter is a big, bright holiday. Before it, there is a special week called Holy Week, during which the Last Supper, the betrayal, the crucifixion, and the burial of Jesus Christ are remembered. In fact, people are being pushed into a state of guilt and negativity. An energetic pit is formed because people are made to think not about love for God, but about suffering. Then comes Easter itself, a time of being filled with life. The gap is balanced. And after this bright holiday, Christians begin the days of Commemoration. Doesn't it seem weird that after being filled with life, people give it away to the dead without even thinking about it?
Well, they say it's tradition. That's what our ancestors did. But what actually happens to a person during these periods?
That's a good question. Knowing the name and image of the deceased, a person directly gives their energy to a specific address, draining it into the system. But it's important for everyone to know this. In order to not become dead themselves. Let's watch.
Interesting that in Turco-Mongol beliefs, we have also found that sub-personalities, the dead ones, live in the underground world as long as they are remembered.
Of course.
So as long as these commemorative public prayers are performed, as long as these fines...
I put it differently. They live well, as long as they are remembered. All this cannot be called a good life anyway, but they live better than those who are not remembered. Why? Because the latter do not get power.
Right. Moreover, it is precisely indicated that they get fines at this moment.
Yes, this is actually food.
When these feasts
of course.
of commemoration of the dead take place.
Feasts of commemoration, right, when we also eat. They eat together with us. Yes, it's just that we eat earthly food, while they eat our life. This is also true. Jesus Christ said well in this regard, "Let the dead take care of the dead, while you follow me. Let the alive follow me." So whom are we going to believe? Jesus Christ? Or mediators who simply earn well on that?
You know what caught my attention? Why is it that in many religions, women are revered only in a formal sense, but humiliated in practice? Take these rituals of whipping with willow branches as if they create a certain stereotype in society that women are not worthy of respect.
And it's done deliberately. The importance of the feminine principle is enshrined in many religions and holiday cycles. Remember we were discussing the wheel of the year and the major holidays? It resembles the 8-pointed star. I think it's not a coincidence that this star is a symbol of the Virgin Mary.
I was once interested in the religions of ancient Semitic people, the nomads of the Arabian desert. They attach great importance to a female deity named Allat, which sounds very similar to Allah. In the pantheons of gods of the Arabian Syrian desert, Allat was considered the wife of Allah, the mother of the gods. Some Arabian tribes worship Allat as a goddess of the sun, but more often, she was associated with the planet Venus and identified with a goddess of love.
You know, in all the sacred scriptures, there is a primary female deity who provides spiritual assistance and support to people. It is a woman who diligently worked on their spiritual growth and became conduits for the power of God, His love, into the human world. We know them as Isis, Inanna, Tara, Hathor, Mary, also known as Sophia. I've also noticed that in Orthodoxy, there are many festive days dedicated specifically to the Virgin Mary. People turn to her for spiritual help and protection. Those who turn to her with love, they indeed receive spiritual assistance. And it's not surprising. After all, it is the Virgin Mary who serves all of the conduit for God's power, His love, into this world to help humanity.
So the belittling of the woman's role is done deliberately. It happened because people started serving Satan more than God. Now it's clear why, alongside unchanging spiritual holidays, there are so many man-made pits invented by people.
Everything is simple and clear with God. We, humans, constantly complicate and distort things under the influence of Satan. Society emphasizes stories of wars, but few are interested in the spiritual history of humanity. And that's much more important, because life is more important than death.
If holidays reflect cosmic cycles and are not connected to religions, then who established them? Does it mean that holidays can only disappear when the entire universe ceased to exist? So whoever did this has a level of access to govern the entire universe. It's a kind of protection against foolishness, because if someone attempts to cancel or move holidays, they won't succeed. This means that God created holidays to assist people on the spiritual path of development. It turns out that spiritual development is the fundamental, inherent meaning of human life.
As you can see, religions change one another. But spiritual knowledge and holidays have remained. And in fact, much of the primordial knowledge about human spiritual development has been distorted and replaced. Yes, holidays have not been exempt from this. Every time there was a change of religions, the names of the holidays were altered, and their essence was lost.
People tried to replace the internal celebration of communication with God and the feeling of spiritual world with some invented external rituals.
In the past, major holidays were not designated for the sake of enjoyment. Throughout the ages, they were celebrated on specific days that coincided with certain cosmic cycles. On these days, people receive spiritual assistance, making it much easier to feel the spiritual world. This, in turn, brings a tremendous positive internal surge.
So it turns out that every person who seeks God and follows a spiritual path, who feels their soul, will never miss this spiritual surge, this celebration of the Spirit. And they can celebrate the days of the bright holidays themselves, without any intermediaries. How wisely God arranges everything for us.
According to my research, There are a lot more bright holidays in a year than pits. In other words, the spiritual world has done everything possible to provide additional spiritual assistance and power to those who truly desire to come to God. God, in turn, respects the individual's right to choose, and we ourselves choose whether to sit in pits or rejoice in life.
Talking information. And really, who created holidays tied to cosmic cycles? The one who created the world. God has left a reference to himself in everything that surrounds us. His care for people manifests in everything. Therefore, there are many more positive, joy-filled holidays than man-made pits. Miracles do not end here. They surround us in everyday life. And science makes it possible to reveal and recognize these miracles. Did you know that your body consists of about 99.99% of empty space? Everything we see is made up of atoms. And the atom is an amazing thing. If we enlarge its nucleus to the size of a 7-centimeter ball, we will find that an electron will be 7 kilometers away from the nucleus. Scientists and those interested in quantum physics, and not only in quantum physics, have long known that matter is essentially made up of emptiness. And this emptiness is so monstrous that not everyone who tries to imagine it can make sense of it. So, if our bodies are 99.99% made up of emptiness, why don't we walk through walls or fall on the floor when we sit on a chair? Well, to answer this question, let's turn to quantum physics and chemistry. So, an atom consists of a nucleus and electron clouds around the nucleus. Electrons, as we know, can move along certain planes or orbitals, either approaching the nucleus or moving away from it. But they will never fall on the nucleus itself, although the charge of the nucleus is positive and that of the electrons is negative. Classical physics gives this explanation, but it does not answer the question why. There are some hypotheses in modern science that give a detailed answer to this question. So let's watch a video on this topic.
Have you ever wondered why the moon doesn't fall to the earth? And why don't the planets clump together? We know from school physics that all bodies with mass attract one another. This property of bodies with mass was first noticed by Isaac Newton, and today it is known as Newton's first law. It is interesting that according to modern science, due to this force, all the planets in the galaxy are in a stationary state. But is this really true? Is it true? The assumption that a second opposing force is needed to achieve equilibrium seems quite logical. Another interesting question to which modern science cannot yet answer either: why doesn't the electron fall on the nucleus? Again, from high school physics we know opposite charges are attracted. The electron, having a negative charge, must necessarily stick to the nucleus, which has a positive charge, but for some reason this does not happen. In this matter, modern physics is not like itself at all. Instead of explaining why, due to what processes this happens, why, it hides behind Bohr's postulates, approved, one of which says that there are some stationary orbits, moving through which the electron neither radiates nor loses energy. Sounds like science fiction, doesn't it? Science fiction, isn't it? Quite clearly, both examples involve additional forces that modern science does not yet know about, and therefore does not take them into account. But what are these forces, and what is their nature? What are these forces? What is their nature? To answer this question, let's fantasize a bit and imagine that the electron is not designed as we were told in physics classes at school, but has an internal positive potential and an external negative charge. In that case, due to the external negative charge, the electron is attracted to the nucleus up to a certain point, from which it will be repelled, due to the internal positive potential. It is the internal positive potential that allows the electron not to stick to the nucleus. This structure of the electron helps to explain how electrons differ in different energy orbits. As Anastasia Novik says in her book Ezosmos, it is the difference in internal potential and external charge that creates stationary orbits for both planets around the Sun and electrons around the nucleus. The difference in internal potential and external charge exactly creates stationary orbits both for planets around the Sun and electrons around the nucleus. Ezosmos. From Anastasia Novik's book, a logical question arises. Why until today have scientists never measured the internal potential of the electron and have not even guessed about its existence? This is most likely due to the fact that it is not possible to separate the external charge from the internal one, and hence to measure the latter.
In essence, the retention of atoms and matter in a certain form is ensured by fields, which, as we know, have enormous energy. You are well aware of these examples. For example, the nuclear explosion. When the nucleus of a substance splits, a tremendous destructive force is released. And mankind is trying to harness the energy of the atom and channel it into peaceful purposes by creating nuclear power plants. To understand what energy is contained in the atom, let's try to separate the protons from the neutrons contained in the nucleus of the atom. To break one bond, we need 8 mega electron volts. To illustrate this example, a pellet of nuclear fuel weighs only 4.5 grams, but in terms of energy effect, it is equivalent to 350 kilograms of oil or 400 kilograms of coal. So burning 1 kilogram of coal releases 7 kilowatt hours of energy, and 1 kilogram of gas releases 14 kilowatt hours of energy. So from 1 kilogram of uranium, it is possible to obtain 620,000 kilowatt hours of energy. Means 90,000 times more than when burning coal. So physicists have noticed that the deeper they delve into the microcosm, the higher the energies there are. Fields, like an invisible framework, hold all the elements of matter very firmly in their places. On one hand, there is a lot of emptiness in the object. On the other hand, it is this emptiness that there are fields that create the necessary volume and shape of the object. That is, why we do not fall on the floor when sitting on a chair. Another amazing discovery was made by scientists in quantum physics. Imagine you're in the kitchen and are cutting vegetables for salad, and then you accidentally cut your finger. There's a little bit of your blood on the blade of the knife. It's not a very pleasant picture, is it? But what is interesting, even with such a tight contact, the blade of the knife never comes into contact with the finger that is cut. It's all down to the almighty fields. In essence, the knife does not cut, as its edge only slides between something. In terms of molecules, a sharp knife is no different than a dull knife. But because of the configuration of the field at the edge of a sharp knife, it allows the entire force to be directed to a much smaller area, and therefore more effectively breaks the bonds between the molecules. Well, eventually, the material is deformed to the point where weak bonds between molecules break, especially near areas with defects or other weaknesses in the material. Note, the knife does not break atoms, it breaks intermolecular bonds. Thus, scientists have explained that atoms of different objects never touch each other. It is a paradox, as physicists joke about themselves. A physicist studying atoms is a bunch of atoms trying to become self-aware or make sense of themselves. What are these almighty fields that so skillfully put matter together like a Lego construction set and do not allow it to disintegrate? They create an illusion of volume out of a small amount of matter, and also, if we try to somehow change the structure of matter, we will not succeed. In this case, the Mendeleev periodic table of elements is like a box with a set of certain indestructible building blocks. In order to understand what makes what it is, let us consider an example. Imagine you are going camping and have a 4-person tent with you. The folded tent can easily fit on your back, but when you unfold it, the volume of the tent will increase many times, almost 600 times. And here is the illusion of volume. If you have never assembled a tent and you don't have a manual, you will of course assemble it after a while. It will be the only possible option. With an instruction manual, you will do it much easier and faster. What can you call an instruction manual for assembling a tent with construction elements and fasteners? It is none other than information. That is, in relation to the atoms of the matter, the same thing happens. It is information that sets the order of atoms, and therefore the volume, shape, mass, and other characteristics. Information is manifested precisely in the form of strong fields that organize atoms inside bodies. This begs the question, who created the instructions for assembling atoms and molecules? There is the paradox, the human paradox. Let's take, for example, a middle-aged man weighing 70 kilograms, 1 meter 70 centimeters tall. So if you put together all the elementary particles that make up this person, they will not fill even a small thimble, and their weight will not exceed 1 gram. And if we again place these elementary particles in their places according to the information structure of this man at a given moment of time, in a given point of space, we will get again a big and heavy man of middle age with the weight of 70 kilograms and height of 1 meter 70 centimeters. The question is, where did his volume and mass come from? The origin of different kinds of matter is is one of the main questions of modern science. So there are a lot of theories about it, but none of them corresponds to reality. Another unsolvable mystery of physics is the emergence of particles from vacuum. It consists in the fact that we observe the emergence of particles in the absolute vacuum. This is stunning because there's nothing in the vacuum and it is not clear where particles can arise from. Scientists say that this happens because of fluctuations of vacuum. Well, it is not entirely clear how something arises from nothing. In order to answer this question, modern physics has introduced the concept of virtual particles. This is an abstraction introduced by theoretical physicists in order to explain inconsistencies between theory and practice. To explain this phenomenon, let's turn to the snake theory, which was presented at the forum Global Crisis, There Is a Way Out. Scientists have long been convinced that all our matter has a wave nature, that the human body is a focused wave, and the main property of a wave is energy transfer. Let's watch a video about the hypothesis that was presented at the forum.
science knows that all substances consist of molecules and atoms. Atomic nuclei are formed from protons and neutrons, which consist of quarks. It is generally believed that quarks are the smallest particles, along with leptons, electrons, and neutrinos, and they are structureless. Our hypothesis says that leptons and quarks have a structure. They consist of certain energies, waves. According to our hypothesis, a lepton and a quark represent a coil state of short elastic waves. What is it? Associatively, it can be compared to a tangle of snakes intertwined with each other. Each tangle is the smallest particle, a quark or a lepton, while each snake in a tangle represents a different kind of energy. When the snakes are in a coil state, we observe a particle. When under certain conditions, a tangle becomes untangled and the snakes line up linearly one after another, we observe a wave, that is, a wave state of the same particle. This is clearly demonstrated by the double-slit experiment, in which a wave passed into a particle state when the conditions changed in the presence of an observer. In essence, the intertwined tangle represents the quantum level, the level of particle manifestation, while short elastic waves, the snakes that make up everything, represent the beyond quantum level. What processes take place at the beyond quantum level? We know that already at the quantum level, the laws of classical physics stop working. But at the beyond quantum level, everything is radically different. The entire beyond quantum world is filled with short elastic waves, snakes, that is, different kinds of energies. When snakes are woven into a tangle, the invisible becomes visible. This is a process of the quantum world. Each such tangle is nothing but that very elementary particle of the material world. In the beyond quantum world, there are lots of kinds of energies, that is, snakes. Associatively, you can imagine that they have different patterns, colors, and thicknesses. Some are poisonous, some are not. Combinations of these energies, meaning short, elastic waves, or snakes, make up all the waves known to science today: electromagnetic, thermal, and so on. In other words, any wave is discrete in its true nature because it consists of a multitude of short elastic waves, snakes. None of the snakes ever disappear. They just transform from one state into another. Also, all material objects consist of tangles of snakes as the smallest material particles. Each snake in a tangle is a carrier of certain information, a code. Depending on the combination of snakes in a particle, one or another matter with given properties is formed in the material world. Characteristics of a material object and all processes occurring in it are formed at the beyond quantum level. That is, the information embedded in a particle at the beyond quantum level determines what this particle creates: a ball or a dog. If we decompose a snake tangle into a linear state, all the snakes will line up in a strict sequence. And this sequence is very important. Just like in DNA, every fragment is in its place. The first snake in the sequence has a specific role. It is a carrier of information about the whole tangle and carries the main code of the program. Understanding how the world is arranged at the beyond quantum level and that everything is made up of short elastic waves has led us to an obvious fact that there are many more types of energy in the world than is commonly believed nowadays.
According to this theory, all the space is filled with snakes, short elastic waves, which are in linear or tangle states. Flows of snakes in the linear state are flowing through the whole space. Where they become entangled, matter arises. The stream of snakes is like a river where there are whirls, matter is formed. In three-dimensionality, we register only entangled snakes, but we have not yet learned to register the stream of snakes. And as we understand, vacuum is emptiness, that is, the absence of particles. And in this case, it is not clear how particles are emerging in it, meaning something comes out of nothing. The point is that there is energy in the vacuum. Vacuum is just a stream of snakes in a linear state, and when snakes get entangled, a particle appears. Snakes in a linear state form fields of energies of the beyond quantum world, from which all matter is born. Scientists already record the transition of matter into energy and energy into matter. Here's the answer to our question, how quite real particles appear from empty vacuum. As we have now seen together, the observer plays a key role in the double-slit experiment. The process of observation by a human being of the experiment leads to the entanglement of snakes, and the electron form, the wave state, becomes a particle. This is a very important point. It turns out that there are hidden energies in human attention that can transform a wave into matter. Who endowed a human being with such power, and why? Faced with this fact, people, out of their pride, began to put forward theories that this world exists only when a person observes. And Einstein's famous question, "Is there a moon in the sky if you don't look at it?" greatly satisfies the megalomaniacal delusions of grandeur. If you want to see for yourself whether matter exists or not when you are not looking at it, we suggest a mental experiment. Imagine you are sitting on a chair. You close your eyes, get up, and start running around the room. Well, according to Einstein's hypothesis, you should be able to move freely in space, but in reality, you will collide in the literal sense of the word with reality. You may even have marks on your body from this collision. Who then is the one who materializes in this world by the power of his attention while we are not looking at it? Knowledge is really a power. There's another power that results from the lack of knowledge. It can destroy, but it can also lead to the greatest discoveries if it is used correctly. And Renata will tell us about this power.
Our friends wrote to us, in particular our viewers. One surgeon said, "I have performed a certain surgery 8,000 times. I have the skill, I have the experience.
There are two kinds of fools, those who have no doubts about anything and those who doubt everything." Charles Joseph Delin. Doubt. Is it good or bad? Believers argue that doubts are destructive on the path to God. They see it as something that undermines faith. At the same time, there is an expression, "By denying God, you come to God." Scientists, using doubts, make fateful discoveries, dismissing everything superfluous over and over again. So what are doubts, and how should we use them properly? In the explanatory dictionary by Vladimir Ivanovich Dahl, the following definition is given for the concept of doubt. To have doubts about something means to hesitate, to be indecisive, to think in two ways. Doubt is still untested. Doubts are the antithesis of faith. They kill the impulse in a person to do something small, let alone something big and great. Let's turn to our everyday life. Do you often have doubts? And what specifically do you have doubts about? As a rule, doubts arise as a response to our desires and goals. For example, we've decided to go and buy ourselves a delicious hamburger, but immediately doubts may arise due to other desires. It could be the desire to eat healthy food or the desire to be healthy, thus leading to doubt about whether the hamburger will be made from quality ingredients. But if you made that hamburger yourself using fresh ingredients, you wouldn't have any doubts. What changed? You gained knowledge about the hamburger, and the doubts disappeared. In other words, knowledge is what eliminates doubts. Sometimes, though, a person may possess knowledge, but doubts still arise. Why does such a paradox exist? Let's turn to psychology. What does it say about doubt? There are doubts that encourage the search and lead to a positive result. But there are destructive doubts that lead to inaction and interfere with decision-making, such as lack of self-confidence. When a person anticipates possible failure in advance, never associates themselves with success, and is unwilling to step out of their so-called comfort zone, problems constantly arise for the individual to taking the next step. Excessive self-criticism. In this case, a person refrains from taking active actions because instead they spend their time calculating possible scenarios. The extreme form of pessimistic self-perception leads to the individual seeking justifications for doing nothing and collecting in their mind potential reasons for failures and defeats regarding the matter in which they could have succeeded. As the classic said, our doubts are traitors and makes us lose the good we could win by fearing to attempt. Reluctance to change. In this case, a person is confident in the current situation that fully satisfies them. And there is a fear that if they start changing something, they might lose what they have. Unfounded hopes and illusions. When a person fails to set realistic and achievable goals for themselves and dismisses unpromising or unlikely options. Unfounded belief in favorable circumstances can become an unsurmountable barrier on the path to success. To provide an example for better understanding, let's consider a job interview in the context of job search. There is a rather formal phrase that one can hear from a company manager at the end of an unsuccessful job interview. We will call you back. Instead of searching for the next opportunity, the person waits for the call, rejecting other offers that could potentially be even more advantageous. As a result, they end up with nothing. As the saying goes, our reason is only suitable for making everything perplexing and for raising doubts about everything. Next, dependency on the opinions of others. The inability to develop immunity to incompetent criticism and unfounded judgments based solely on emotions and stereotypes. It is impossible to completely isolate oneself from public opinion, but it happens that the desire to follow certain behavioral patterns, images, and modern standards of appearance and taste transforms into detrimental dependence, and the person becomes driven by the expectations of others. As we can see, doubts often arise from insecurity or suspicion towards something or someone. But can doubt be productive and lead to positive outcomes? American idealist philosopher John Dewey believed that a problematic situation experienced by an individual as doubt is the source of his self-development. The transition from a state of doubt to resolving the situation constitutes an act of personal development. René Descartes, a French philosopher, mathematician, and scientist, considers doubt as a universal method for seeking truth. Throughout history, we often come across discoveries that were prompted by doubts about existing postulates or theories. Today, we all know that planets and their moons revolve around the Sun. However, there was a time when people were aware of a Ptolemaic paradigm of the world, according to which it was believed that the Earth was the center of the universe and that the other planets, the Sun and the Moon, revolved around it. However, the scientific doubts of Nicolaus Copernicus, a Polish and German astronomer, mathematician, economist, and mechanic, regarding the accuracy of the Ptolemaic system, served as a source that led him to new scientific perspectives on the universe, marked the beginning of the first scientific revolution, known as the Copernican Revolution. Copernican Revolution. Then there was a paradigm shift from a Ptolemaic model of the universe, which postulated that the Earth was the center of the universe, to the heliocentric model with the Sun at the center of our solar system. This event became one of the starting points of the scientific revolution in the 16th century. The teachings of Copernicus were tantamount to revolutionary reconfiguration not only in astronomy and natural science, but also in the methods of scientific research and understanding. It led to radical changes in the mindset of natural philosophers, turning them away from habitual and ossified dogmas toward direct exploration of the real world. But how did Nicolaus Copernicus come to this discovery? He was pushed to this by doubts about the accuracy of the Ptolemaic system, which were due to its complexity and artificiality. The assumption that the Sun was at the center of the universe allowed Copernicus to explain the motion of planets, avoiding the intricate complexities of the Ptolemaic model. Moreover, Copernicus, aware of the significance of his discovery and its contradiction to established theological views, hesitated for a long time to publish his model. He repeatedly checked the correctness of his calculations, arguing them deeply. In science, when a person questions what is unproven or recognizes the inadequacy of a theory to fully explain certain phenomena, it can lead to new discoveries. In the psychology of human behavior, amazing phenomena based on doubts have been noticed. Let's provide a few examples. But first, I'll quote a classic. The fundamental cause of the trouble is that in the modern world, the stupid are cocksure, while the intelligent are full of doubt. Let's find out why it sometimes happens that people without a sufficient amount of knowledge can achieve certain good results or successes in their endeavors. And intelligent and talented individuals, due to the arising doubts, fail to achieve the desired result and sometimes even spoil what has already been done well. We suggest watching an excerpt from the video Doubts, Toxicity Paradox with participation of Igor Mikhailovich Danilov discussing this topic.
Our friends wrote to us, in particular our viewers. One surgeon said, I have performed a certain surgery 8,000 times. I have the skill, I have the experience, and actually every time before the surgery, I hear these doubts that it will not work out. After a seemingly successful surgery, he constantly hears that there will be complications, that there will be complications after the surgery. How do these doubts, which later on catch up with you, and you listen to them, affect the situation at all? Do they actually affect?
They do.
They do.
They do, and very strongly. And there is an important point here too, friends. For example, those who are engaged, at least in small business, they will understand and see themselves. I'll give a simple example. For example, a deal is going on.
Okay.
Two parties. They've already come to an agreement. They have solved everything. They have struck a deal. They are both happy with each other. That's all. A little time will pass, and everything will be fine. The contract will be signed tomorrow. When you come home, you start doubting. Everything is somehow too good and smooth. It cannot be this way. There's something fishy somewhere. They are obviously trying to trick me because it's too good. How did we make such an easy deal? Doubt after doubt. And the next day, the contract is not signed. But it was mutually beneficial. The question is, why? Another example. A person is so stupid that not only does he have no doubts, but he has nothing except egoism and a desire to grab more. A contract, which is 10 times worse, let's say, which is practically unprofitable for the same company that your contract was terminated with. So this guy comes with a bad contract for them. He sits down and signs the contract right away. Why? Who hasn't encountered this? Is it thanks to friends, connections, or something else? No, friends. Doubts. You have doubts which are passed on to those very people. While he, that very bully, has no doubts at all. He has nothing, but egoism and a mindset. I need. He doesn't have any other thought. He goes to a meeting, he is 100% sure. How can they not sign? He's sure they will. And when it comes to signing, he has no doubts at all, because he has made a good, unprofitable offer to them. But it is very profitable for him. It means they will sign it. And the funniest thing is, that's how it happens in most cases. It is possible to explain this paradox only from the perspective of metaphysics, or to put it simpler, from the perspective of ordinary natural physics, but unfortunately, already not by Newton's, but the physics of the micro world. When our observation transforms a particle into a wave, or a wave into a particle, when we are able to create something from nothing, in this case, already a completely different physics is working.
This is very important, Igor Mikhailovich.
As our colleague tells us about his profession of a surgeon, as soon as a doctor begins to worry and have doubts, problems occur with a patient, complications arise, or some unpleasant things happen, and this is where he reassures himself. But I had an intuition. When I was doing that very surgery, I felt that something was wrong, that something was wrong with the body of the patient. Yes, the surgery was good, but complications followed. Let's say, in a different area. But they did follow. And what is the reason for those complications? An incorrectly performed surgery, an under-examined patient, improper treatment, or the doubts the doctor had?
What a great responsibility everyone actually has.
Friends, while you were listening to us, did you have any doubts about the cases we mentioned? We understand that you may say that it would be great if all the stupid ones achieved the result. However, that's not the case. Often, excessive self-assurance and lack of knowledge can be a source of mistakes and tragedies. However, if a person at the level of thoughts doesn't allow any doubts in the outcome of a certain case, it definitely has a positive effect on the result or of achieving the goal. Cases when a person achieves high results in matters related to popularity, wealth, or power are by no means associated with the absence of doubts. Instead, he is often attributed to making a deal with the devil who aids in achieving those results. But in such cases, a person loses much more, the prospect of eternal life. Modern psychology doesn't give a complete answer to the question of how this mechanism works, what it is based on. The answer to this question can be provided by the knowledge. A person is more complex. A knowledge of the dual nature of a human being and their power structure. In the light of this knowledge, a person is more complex than contemporary science assumes. The foundation of his structure is the soul and personality, the spiritual components of a human being. The body, consciousness, and power structure constitute the animal nature of a human being. According to spiritual knowledge, a human as spirit, personality, has one goal, its merging with soul. The instrument for the realization of this goal is the attention of a human, the power of creation given to him by God. In the video, we consider the case when a person lacking a broad range of knowledge managed to achieve his material goal by focusing his attention on this goal. In this particular case, he succeeded because his consciousness was on his side, as the person directed all his attention towards achieving a specific material goal. The situation dramatically changes when it comes to the presence of doubts in the case if a person embarks on their spiritual path of development or does something good for people. In these situations, the consciousness activates its full arsenal of doubts and desires to hinder the individual's progress towards their goal. There is a known case when Jesus Christ undertook a 40-day practice in the Egyptian desert, during which he refused from food. The main goal of his practice was to subdue and gain control over his consciousness so that it wouldn't hinder him from fulfilling his mission. During his sojourn in the desert, Satan himself tempted him with offers to jump off a cliff and even wield earthly power. However, Jesus passed this test with honor. On the other hand, attempts by other people to replicate this practice often ended in tragedy. Many went insane, while others perished without achieving the merging of personality with the soul. Why is that? What's the difference? Jesus is a bodhisattva. He knew the ultimate outcome he desired to achieve and was completely confident in his actions, which is why he went to such extremes. Those who wanted to follow his path through bodily fasting to subdue their consciousness often failed to achieve the merging with the soul because they encountered immense doubts along the way, leading to negative outcomes. The key in self-work is to control negative thoughts rather than tormenting the body. The attention of a person is a creative force, and it is crucial to be mindful in what thoughts one invests it in. After all, they don't joke with the power of creation, and doubts have no place in it. During the process of self-work, a person accumulates this power, and if they input it even into the tiniest doubts, those doubts can become insurmountable barriers due to the force of attention. Doubts are impermissible on the path of spiritual development. In psychology, people who don't doubt themselves and what they do are sometimes diagnosed with a personality disorder. These types of people are usually villains or saints. Hitler didn't doubt what he did as well as Jesus did. Why is it important for these types of personalities? Because they work with the power of creation, varying in quality, but power. We suggest you watch a video on this topic with participation narration of Igor Mikhailovich Danilov.
There is a very good example in this regard. I would recommend it for many people, especially physicians. There was a man who unfortunately was somehow quickly forgotten in society. People sometimes recall him, but mostly they don't remember him. There was such a man as Grigory Rasputin, and his method, the method of persuasion, was the most correct. The first thing he said was, no doubting. There is God, and you should believe in yourself. Since God believes in you, it means you should believe in yourself too. If you don't believe in yourself, God will not believe in you. This is such a simple, I would say primitive psychology. But clearly, he was actually an outstanding personality, let's say. He possessed both a little bit of power and a certain knowledge, but the meaning of his words is very deep. And what he used and applied proved not only to be efficient in practice, but I would say it proved the very fact of the influence of our perception on the world, like persuasion or doubt. If we are persuaded and we definitely believe in something and invest the power of our attention in it, if we have enough power, then it will be so. If we have doubts, even minor powers are enough for us to destroy what is strong. That's where the paradox of toxicity is, and it is very important. I have just touched upon this topic using the example of Rasputin and his method. Yet, let's look at this from a slightly different perspective. For instance, there are serious and fundamental things, and there are toxic substances that destroy them. Let's look at it from the perspective of our lives. This will be clear for bloggers, for example, okay? For instance, a person releases some product of his somewhere on social media, and people begin to comment. 1,000 people thank him, and someone writes their negative review. Whom will he remember?
The hater.
Why? Toxicity. You see? Here you have a barrel of honey, and this is a spoonful of tar, okay? And that's it. The barrel of honey is spoiled. Meanwhile, you wouldn't improve a barrel of tar with a spoonful of honey. It's a paradox, isn't it?
Yes, certainly.
Much less power is invested, but destruction is immense. It is the principle of what? Excuse me, here we can only speak the language of religion. It is the principle of how Satan, or the system, acts. Therefore, this very toxicity is very destructive if you perceive it. Whereas if you are absolutely neutral, so to say, if there is no constructive attitude that would bring you benefit, all this is meaningless to you. You see? I mean, no matter how hard those haters strain themselves, if you look from a constructive perspective,
Expertise. Yes,
right,
exactly.
then it cannot affect you in any way. I mean, do you harm or something else? But if you look at this from the perspective of an ordinary person, an egoist, you will certainly be hurt.
Thank you, Igor Mikhailovich, for a very clear example. Thank you, everyone, for your attention. Now I give the floor to the host.
Friends, today we have been exploring the difference between knowledge and faith. When we start any activity, we want its outcome to be positive, as much as possible acceptable for us. Knowledge, in this case, is of paramount importance because the outcome of the action depends on it. I think no one would like to be treated by a doctor who does not guarantee your recovery, or to repair a car at a service station where you may not be able to fix it or even worse, damage it. Knowledge is the basis of both science and religion. And the life of a person and mankind literally depends on this knowledge. Currently, the scientific knowledge is more related to the issues of the three-dimensional world, something that concerns the life of our temporary bodies. The quality of our life here in the material world depends on it. But much more depends on the accuracy of spiritual knowledge, eternal life. If there are flaws in this knowledge, the consequences will be simply catastrophic. Alexander and Oleg will tell us how religion has treated knowledge. Guys, the floor is yours.
Спасибо, Алексей.
Thank you, Alexei. According to statistics, about 7 billion people believe in God and belong to some religion. The purpose of any religion is to lead one to God. Religion is intended to help believers achieve a state of holiness. But how many truly holy people are there in religions? Why doesn't religion fulfill its direct function? A person's attainment of holiness is a precisely defined process, the result of which should be 100%. In other words, it is not a random process. After all the prophets and the messengers of the spiritual world conveyed to people a complex of precise knowledge of how to come to God. Looking at the spiritual state of society today, it becomes clear that we have completely deviated from the path. After all, achieving holiness, according to the teaching of the prophet, should be accessible to absolutely every person who wants to come to God. If this path was accessible only to a few, it would be unjust, and God cannot be unjust to His children. In other words, the prophet brought knowledge, essentially clear and simple instructions. You know, a man starts reading the manual when he has realized, oh no, I broke it. The instruction for achieving holiness in the modern world is the scriptures. But objectively, we see that people do not achieve the desired result. The question arises, why does this happen? Either people don't read the instructions, or they read them, but they don't follow them. Or maybe the instructions are wrong. Tell me, how many times have you read the holy book of your religion? For example, the Bible, Quran, the Torah, the Vedas, or the Avesta. Every religion's holy books are something a believer should read at least once. But how are things really going? According to Scott McConnell, Executive Director of Lifeway Research, a Nashville-based research center, Americans who have not read the Bible are 50%, 28% have read partially, 22% have read it completely, and reads Christian scriptures every day. So it can be assumed that the same state of things is in other countries as well. The situation with the study of Quran is even worse, as 40% of Muslims do not have literacy skills and therefore they cannot read the Quran, not only in Arabic but in any other language at all. For those Muslims who are literate, according to research, Quran has been read by between 5 to 50%. Turns out that from 3 to 30% of Muslims have read the Quran at least once in their lives. The total number of Christian believers is 2.4 billion people. Muslims are 1.8 billion people. Then approximately the total number of believing Christians and Muslims who did not read the sacred books of their religions at all is almost 2.5 billion people. Where do they get the knowledge of the spiritual path from? And what is the probability that a person who has never read the instructions in his life will be able to do everything right and not make mistakes? It turns out that the majority of believers sincerely do not strive for God. Otherwise, they would strive to study the sacred scriptures of their religions. Perhaps the root of the lack of interest in studying scriptures lies in how a person actually gets into religion. As a rule, it is the family tradition. Most people get into religion at the age when they can't read yet, and therefore it's not their conscious choice. Undoubtedly, many people feel an inner longing to know God, but what do they face when they try to understand the scriptures on their own? People complain about the complexity and contradictory statements in the sacred books. And, the example of the lives of today's holy fathers lead many sensible people to a dead end. It turns out that the instruction is very complicated and confusing, and there is no one to take an example from. And it is not surprising. After all, the history of writing sacred books is such that, let's say, the Bible was written 300 years after Christ's departure. Much of it is confused and incomprehensible, although there are grains of truth, words spoken by Jesus himself. It seems that those who wrote the holy books were interested in making the teachings more complicated, because complex doctrine requires clarification, and this in turn creates a caste of interpreters. People who explain what God wanted to say. In other words, people have assumed the function of intermediaries between God and people. Jesus taught that sin is nothing but ignorance. Sin is a delusion. It's being deluded. The original meaning of the word sin is delusion, to go astray. The very first mortal sin is ignorance, because God is truth. In Hebrew and Greek, the word translated sin in the Bible literally means not falling into the goal, not hitting the goal. God has determined the purpose of a person's life to be the spiritual development, and if a person sins, he doesn't develop spiritually, and therefore he will certainly not reach the goal. That is, he will not be able to attain the eternal life, and this is a serious missing the goal. A man is lazy because there is no love in him, and he has no love because he is ignorant. And he is ignorant because he initially thinks he is very intelligent. Freedom is knowledge and truth. Slaves are ignorant. Ignorance is the source of laziness, apathy, stupidity, fear, wishes, addictions, aggression, megalomania, inferiority complex, and falsehood. Ignorance is the devil in the flesh. Everything genius is very simple and obvious. If you see any difficulties around you, then you are quite very mistaken. You need to conquer your ignorance. And when you begin to see clearly, you will realize that everything is very, very easy. Easy and simple. The Prophet Muhammad ﷺ attached great importance to the study of comprehension of the spiritual truth, and also encouraged everyone to learn literacy and secular sciences, because a person who has rich knowledge in spiritual matters is able not only to protect himself from mistakes, but also to warn others. In order not to become a puppet in someone else's hands, not to fall into delusion according to someone else's false but convincing instructions, we must study, learn the truth. As it is said, conversation with one intelligent person is worth a month's study of books. Parishioners are used to the fact that in the temple and mosques there are intelligent clergymen who can explain everything to them. But there is one important question. Have the interpreters of the sacred scriptures themselves achieved the state of holiness, or they have just learned the text and have no practical experience of treading on the spiritual path? Who benefits from the parishioners being ignorant? Religion is one of the most skillful and powerful methods of controlling and manipulating people's minds. As soon as the religion was formed, it immediately monopolized spiritual culture. All ancient writings, all ancient scriptures were collected in one place, thus closing the way to knowledge for ordinary people. This is how libraries appeared. One of the earliest libraries on the globe was created in ancient Babylon in the 2nd millennium BC. It contained manuscripts detailing the story of the history of the creation of the world, the flood, the structure of matter, and the meaning of human life, the purpose. It was from the ancient writings of the Babylonian libraries that the Pentateuch of Moses and other holy writings appeared. Knowledge about how the world was arranged was kept secret from people. Plato writes about this to Timaeus. Of course, the creator and parent of the universe is not easy to find, and if we find him, it will not be possible to tell everyone about him. The true knowledge which the priest hid from the people gave them unlimited power and superiority over the people. For example, Plutarch cites the following interesting fact. For when he was in Asia and heard Aristotle and published some treatises of that kind, Alexander wrote to him, using the very plain language to him in behalf of philosophy, the following letter. Alexander to Aristotle, greeting. You have not done well to publish your books of oral doctrine. For what is there now that we excel in others? If those things which we have been practically instructed in be laid open to all, for my part, I assure you, I had rather excel others in the knowledge of what is excellent than to extent of my power and dominion. Farewell. In other words, ordinary people were only required to worship the gods, and while the elite, or so-called philosophers who set out the writings, at least part of the true knowledge, were persecuted. After all, the norm of the law of Athens was religious coercion. Philosophers could not express their thoughts freely. In those days, it was forbidden to doubt the existence of local gods, and moreover, the denial of their existence. And no wonder, because the priests controlled not only religious and secular power, but also science, medicine, and education. These were times when religion and science coexisted more or less peacefully with one another, a time when echoes of ancient primordial knowledge appear in teachings of philosophers. This can be seen in the works of Epicurus and Lycurgus Kairos, the doctrine of atoms, the astronomer mathematician Anaxagoras, the doctrine of homeomeria and its smallest particles, and also the teachings of the natural philosopher Archelaus, the philosopher Diodorus Chronos. But when the philosophers' view on the structure of the world began to undermine the power and income of the priests, the attitude of the state to them changed. Their treatises were destroyed, sometimes along with the scientists. Thus, guilty verdicts against the poet Diagoras of Melos, the philosophers of Anaxagoras, Protagoras, and Socrates were brought in connection with their religious views. Anaxagoras and Protagoras were exiled. Moreover, the Athenian authorities confiscated Protagoras' writings from all who had them and publicly burned the texts in the city square. The basis for the prosecution on charges of godlessness was the decree of the Epiphus approved in 432 BC by the Athenian People's Assembly. The decree obliged every person to speak against those who do not believe in gods or judge what is in heaven. The accused could be sentenced to death and his property confiscated. But every time knowledge was completely lost or is badly distorted, prophets come into our world and bring the renewal. So it was with the coming of Jesus Christ. Christ brought the knowledge about who the devil is and how this world actually works, and that the main goal and purpose of human life is spiritual salvation. At the time of Jesus, people gained spiritual freedom, were no longer afraid of the authorities and spoke the truth openly. And as the powers that be could not destroy the teaching, so they decided to head it, to lead it. So they rewrote everything in their own way, left a little truth, and created the religion called Christianity. This transformation allowed not only to confuse people, but also to build a very profitable business with a flock of many millions. Times have changed, but the methods of the priests remain the same. The Church, in alliance with the state, fought against the education of people and implanted ignorance and obscurantism. Church's representatives prevented the spread of literacy. Their task was to educate the people in the spirit of devotion to the state and religion. Gregory the Great, Pope from 590 to 604, was one of the first to assert the Church's claim to all world domination. He destroyed many ancient literary monuments and opposed the teaching of literacy to the common people. In a letter to the Bishop of Vienna, he wrote, "It has reached to us that we cannot recall without shame, namely that you are teaching someone grammar. The news of this act, for which we feel great contempt, made a very heavy impression on us." 5 centuries later, the 11th century religious figure Cardinal Peter Damian spoke of his attitude to science. Why do Christians need science? Who lights a lantern that he may see the sun? As spurred Plato, the searcher into the hidden things of nature, who set a measure to the movements of planet and calculated the course of the stars. Pythagoras, who divided the round world into its religions and his mathematician wrote, means nothing to me. And Euclid, too, round-shouldered from poring over his complex geometrical problems. Just imagine, the laymen were forbidden to read the main sacred scripture of Christianity, the Bible, in the Catholic Church by the bull of Pope Gregory IX in 1231. In the Edict of Charles IV at the end of 14th century, it is said, "The laity of both sexes, according to the canonical regulations, are not permitted to read anything from the scripture, at least in the vernacular, lest though poor understanding they fail into heresy and error." The band was abolished only in the 20th century. At the time of the Reformation, Cardinal Housis wrote, by order of the Courier of Rome, a discourse on the use of Bible, in which he put it in the following way: "To allow people to read the Bible is to give holy things to dogs and to cast pearls before swine." The church authorities were quite suspicious of secular sciences. But in 12th century, culture acquired a more secular character than in the previous era, and it is connected with the formation of the emergence of the Order of Templars. This period was marked by significant changes in European cultural style and cultural life. An intensive process of translation of Arabic scientific literature began, including works by ancient Greek scientists. The most active figure in this movement was the Italian Gerard of Cremona, who worked in Toledo and translated more than 70 books on mathematics, astronomy, optics, philosophy, and medicine from Arabic into Latin. Among them were Ptolemy's Almagest, Euclid's Beginnings, Physics, About the Sky, Aristotle's Natural Science treatises, Archimedes on the measurement of the circle, Hippocrates and Galen's medical treatises, and the works of Muslim scientists Thabit ibn Qura, Al-Kindi, Avicenna, Ibn al-Haytham, Al-Farabi, and Al-Razi. The introduced knowledge and views were subjected to fierce criticism by conservative religious leaders. They are mentioned in his essay Philosophy of the World by William of Conscience. Because they are themselves ignorant of nature's forces and wish to have all men as companions in their ignorance, they are unwilling for anybody to investigate them, but prefer that we believe like peasants and not inquire into the natural causes of things. However, we say that the cause of everything is to be sought, but these people, if they know of anybody so investigating, proclaim him a heretic. As church representatives said, enlightenment, not sanctified by gracious influence of religion, is more harmful than helpful. Being hostile to the enlightenment of the people and the literacy of the people and the development of science, the church was often the initiator of harassment of the most talented scientists and progressive teachers. Why did it hinder the development of enlightenment and science and destroy the books of advanced scientists? Was it not because the priests to whom the church was subordinated knew the history of Atlantis and were afraid of its repetition? To better control the spreading of knowledge, religion enjoyed a monopoly in explaining the world and ensuring the survival of humanity. Therefore, all science and culture were concentrated mainly in monasteries and their subordinate educational institutions. Science was placed at the service of religion. I suggest to watch a fragment from the video about the spiritual world with the participation of Igor Mikhailovich Danilov.
There is a world that we do not know, which is beyond our three-dimensionality. I mean, as science, we do not perceive it. Although again, this was known a very long time ago. Even in modern times, many experiments were conducted. 100 years ago and before that, experiments were conducted which confirmed it all. But it doesn't quite fit into the concept of modern science, which is kind of atheistic and a little bit limited. Because in this case, it would expand the understanding that there is something beyond our perception and it is completely different. Because there is a monopoly in our world on what is beyond this perception. These are priestly organizations, and no one should enter there except them. Whereas if someone enters there and starts telling the exact opposite of those fairy tales which they have made up, it turns out that these people destroy all the coherent concepts that have been feeding priestly organizations for thousands of years. Well, will they accept that? No. While this way we understand that priestly institutions have been established as an alternative to political institutions and have had tremendous power for centuries. Here's actually the answer to the question of why science was constrained by those very priests and firmly constrained at that. Plus, they understood perfectly well and had the experience of the previous civilization. After all, the literature they obtained, starting from the first missions, is not a secret. Everyone knows that. They collected artifacts, literature, and everything else.
Yes, enormous libraries.
A lot was destroyed, and a lot of things were studied, and they gained a tremendous experience of knowing that there had been civilizations, far more than one, but this didn't fit into their concept. Imagine, if the truth was told, how would it be possible to establish an organization that would live off people and sell some spiritual stuff? In no way. Why? Because it immediately becomes clear that your spiritual path is your own achievement. There can be no mediator in it, just cannot be. Yet, if there is no mediator, then an organization, a priestly one, let's put it in a civilized way, which can exist at the expense of people performing the function of a mediator between God and a human, could not exist that way. Because what is their function then? None. Because all merits and all achievements a person accomplishes by himself, right?
Right.
However, by including magic, by including substitutions, religious institutions are formed. Well, this has existed for a long time. Unfortunately, for the last, let's be precise, 5,000 years, almost 6,000 years.
In the Middle Ages, the Catholic Church sponsored medical research. Many priests were physicians and worked in parish hospitals. They also founded the first European universities, such as British Oxford and Cambridge. This is the time when religious activity is combined with scientific activity. For example, Nicolaus Copernicus was not only an astronomer but also a canon, a household manager of the Diocese of Warmia, and a member of the Diocesan Council. The astronomer and mathematician Johannes Kepler studied for 3 years at the theological faculty of the University of Tübingen. I wanted to become a theologian. For a long time I was restless. Now, however, behold how through my effort God is being celebrated in astronomy. Leibniz, the creator of differential calculus, devoted his main work, the Theodicy, Justification of God. Jesuits Francesco Grimaldi and Giovanni Battista Riccioli, members of the male clerical order of the Roman Catholic Church in 1540, conducted scientific research and made a map of the moon. Jesuit schools taught the exact sciences. Many famous scientists were members of the Jesuit order: Galileo, future biologist and zoologist Jean-Baptiste Lamarck, French philosopher, mathematician and naturalist René Descartes. Thus, concentrating science in monasteries, religion controlled the development of science progress, and directed science in the desired direction. Anything that went beyond the limits of what was allowed was severely suppressed and punished. The Catholic Church went so far as to compile an index of prohibited books that censored scientific works. The first such list was published in Holland in 1529. In different years, the list included works by philosophers Immanuel Kant and Voltaire, physicists Galileo Galilei and Nicolaus Copernicus. The 20th and final edition of 1948 included 4,000 documents. Pope Paul VI officially cancelled the collection only in 1966. In the 13th century, the Dominican order created the Holy Inquisition. Inquisitors destroyed everything favorable to heresy and inclining to heresy. They cruelly dealt with representatives of scientific thought. For example, the French scientist Michel Maffray de Ruy was buried for daring to call religion a human invention. In the early 16th century, Copernicus, despite holding a position in the diocese, secretly distributed his manuscript on the celestial movement of bodies among his friends. The Church could not tolerate the Copernican heresy, and his work was included in the index of prohibited books. The teachings of Copernicus were supported by the Italian scientist Giordano Bruno. He further developed the ideas of Copernicus that the solar system is a part of a single endless universe and that there are an infinite number of worlds in the universe. Giordano Bruno called theologians and priests idols and charlatans, who, with their nonsense, distract scientists from the study of nature and its phenomena. Bruno was captured, and according to the verdict of the court of the Holy Inquisition, he was burned alive at the stake. The Inquisition also pursued another great scientist, physicist and astronomer Galileo Galilei, with the help of the telescope he created. Galileo collected many facts confirming the validity of the teachings of Copernicus, which contradicted the teachings of the Catholic Church about the world and its structure. For this, the Inquisitors persecuted the outstanding scientist until the end of his life. The Inquisition held back the development of science for several centuries. It took the lives of many people in Western Europe. In Spain alone, more than 10,000 people were burned at the stake, and about 200,000 were punished. But it was not possible to stop the progress of science. The elite needed science to develop production and to strengthen their power. From the end of the 17th century, scientific discoveries appeared that competed with the dogmas of the Church. Mathematical description of the simple and understandable mechanical universe, Newton, 1687. The Earth is several million years old, Buffon, 1787. Deterministic postulates of the universe where there is no need for angles to push the planets anymore. The emergence of life as a result of a natural evolutionary process calculated in millions of billions or billions of years, Lamarck, 1909. Since the second half of the 18th and especially in the 19th century, science has been punching one hole after another in religious views of nature. And this is not surprising, since there are physical reasons for growth of scientific potential that do not depend on the desire of the priest. It is population growth. After all, by 1804, the number of people on Earth has reached the mark of 1 billion. It became difficult for priests to keep control over so many people. On this occasion, in the first half of the 19th century, representatives of the ruling classes from all over Europe came together to discuss the newfound population problem. It was necessary to create a second level of control and alternative to religion, and science came to the fore. So from about this time, scientific works begin to appear, with the help of which the basis is laid for certain political actions. For example, Darwin's theory of evolution saw the light, which became a kind of religion. After all, no one could prove it, but many believed. To the question, why is evolution a religion, one of the founders of Neo-Darwinism, Julian Huxley, in an article, answered this way: a religion is essentially an attitude to the world as a whole. Thus, evolution, for example, may prove as powerful a principle to coordinate man's beliefs and hopes as God was in the past. Such ideas underlie the various forms of rationalism, the ethical movement, and scientific humanism. So the dominant position was occupied by science, but not science itself, but the worldview that grew on its soil entered the fight against religions. This struggle continues to this day, and interestingly, there are scientists on both sides of the barricade. The beginning of the 20th century was the most fruitful for new scientific discoveries in physics, astronomy, and genetics. Many of them destroyed the mathematical view of the world, the materialistic view of the world, and proved the existence of the creative principle of the universe. For example, based on the discoveries of the theory of thermodynamics, the theory of relativity, discoveries in the field of quantum physics, it can be assumed that there is a reason in the origin of the universe, and it is necessarily outside of time, space, and matter. It is paradoxical that at present most scientists are supporters of the Big Bang theory in the origin of the universe. But did you know that the term Big Bang is a phrase coined specifically to vilify the concept by Fred Hoyle, president of the Royal Astronomical Society. He was one of the most vocal opponents of the theory. He was in mockery of its creators that he coined the phrase Big Bang. He used it so often, mocking the Abbe Lemaitre, who proposed the theory, that the term was a huge success and took root. By the way, you heard it right. The author of the Big Bang theory was a priest. Georges Lemaitre was a Belgian priest, mathematician, astronomer, and professor of physics at the French department of the Catholic University of Leuven. Was the first known scientist to propose a theory of the expansion of the universe, which was experimentally confirmed by the observation of Edwin Hubble. He was also the first to derive what is known as the Hubble-Lemaitre law and made the first estimate of what is now called Hubble constant, which he published in 1927, 2 years before Hubble's paper. Lemaitre also proposed what later became known as the Big Bang theory of the origin of the universe, which he called the hypothesis of the primeval atom or cosmic egg. Fred Hoyle, who coined the term Big Bang, later said that the scientific evidence had seriously shaken his atheistic beliefs. He later even wrote, "A common-sense interpretation of the facts suggests that the super-intellect has monkeyed with physics as well as with chemistry and biology. The number of calculations from the facts seem to me so overwhelming as to put this conclusion almost beyond question. We are living in an amazing moment in history. Advances in mathematics and physics have confronted humanity with questions that were once considered forever inaccessible to human knowledge, such as time, eternity, the beginning and end of the universe. Science has pushed religion into background, but also many developed and inferiority complex in relation to rationalism. Such scientists refrain from scientific and philosophical discussions on the existence of God for fear of enduring ridicule, scorn, or hostility from materialists. Landau, Kozyrev, Bronstein, Fredericks, Hausdorff, Stern, and many others suffered because of their view. Someone was forced to immigrate, change jobs, and some even died under strange circumstances. Matter is primary and forms the unity of the world. If you go to science, you must necessarily be in agreement with this worldview, with materialism. Otherwise, since the 19th century, no one will tell you with another no one will let you inside with another worldview into science. And on the other hand, nowadays, the Vatican sponsors a great deal of scientific research. There is a Pontifical Academy of Sciences. It says on its website, promoting the progress of the mathematical, physical, and natural sciences and the study of related epistemological questions and issues. The Vatican's research interests include the following areas of study: physics and related disciplines, astronomy, chemistry, earth and environmental science, botany, agronomy, zoology, genetics, molecular biology, biochemistry, neuroscience, surgery, mathematics, philosophy, history, and applied science. Among the members of the Academy, there are many famous scientists, many of whom are Nobel Prize winners. Marconi, Planck, Bohr, Dirac, Schrödinger, Fleming, and others were members of the Pontifical Academy at one time. And look what happens. In fact, there is no conflict. There are only theatrical performances for the inexperienced viewer who is ready to watch all of these endless TV shows with the participation of scientists and priests. It turns out that this is only a distraction from the main thing, from the fact that God exists. After all, both of them know it. Then who benefits from maintaining this constant conflict between science and religion by artificially keeping science on the path of materialism? Thank you for your attention. I will pass the floor to the host.
Thank you to our speakers. Indeed, modern science loses much by adhering to an exclusively materialistic worldview, depriving itself of the opportunity to expand its horizons. Despite the allegedly widespread materialism in science and society, when trouble comes to us or unpleasant event happens in our life, we certainly allow ourselves to blame God, thus shifting the responsibility for our choices to the higher powers. And to whom and what does God really owe? I propose to examine this important question. Dushan, the floor is yours.
Dobrý den, přátelé.
Greetings, friends. We live in a world where human life is worth nothing. Every day, people die from hunger, disease, and armed conflicts. There are those who blame God for everything, asking the indignant question, how can God allow this to happen? What's the inducing basis for all prayers addressed to God? to have excellent health, possess power, to be in control, and receive material gains. This is the basis of prayers, for prayers addressed to God. We often utter the following phrases without even thinking about it. As God wills, so it shall be, God willing, everything that happens is God's will, and then we resent God because He didn't give, didn't do, or didn't send us something. The most concerning aspect is the imposition of religious beliefs that reject medical care, relying solely on the power of prayer and faith healing. Between 35 and 62 of adults turn to prayer to improve their health or ask for a healing of their bodies. Healing practices, pilgrimages to sacred sites, to relief maladies, and seeking help from representatives of religious institutions are highly popular. Some people use prayer as a supplement to traditional medical remedies, while others blindly believe in healing rituals. In his book Faith versus Fact, American geneticist Jerry Cohen writes that many believers across different religious denominations refuse blood transfusions, citing quotes from the Bible, for instance, the book of Genesis, chapter 9, verse 4. But you shall not eat flesh with its life, that is, its blood. Or the book of Leviticus, chapter 17, verse 10. And whatever man of the house of Israel or the stranger who dwell among you, who eats any blood, I will set my face against that person who eats blood, and will cut him off from among his people. Many adults and children have died due to metaphorical interpretation of the phrase eat any blood, even though transfusion of certain blood components such as hemoglobin is currently permitted. Diseased children whose parents' imposed beliefs led them to refuse blood transfusions are considered martyrs. In the church magazine of a certain religious movement, photographs of these diseased children were published under a horrifying headline, "They put God first." These absolutely unnecessary deaths continue. The most distressing aspect is the death of children who became victims of their parents' religious fanaticism. These parents blindly trust distorted interpretations by priests. For example, the Epistle of James, chapter 5, verses 14 to 15 says the following: "Is anyone among you sick? Let him call for the elders of the church, and let them pray over him, anointing him with the oil in the name of Lord. And the prayer of faith will save the sick, and the Lord will rise him up. And if he has committed sins, he will be forgiven." To illustrate the gravity of the situation, let's consider a few examples. A 2-year-old girl choked on a banana. Her parents were frantically calling fellow believers for an hour, asking them to pray for her while she still showed some signs of life. A father who has a medical background joined a church that condemns medical practices. Once his 5-month-old son fell ill. After 4 days of high fever, the child started to intermittently stop breathing. The father later described how he would cast out the spirit of death with each episode, and the baby would calm down and resume breathing. Unfortunately, the infant passed away the next day from bacterial meningitis. Unfortunately, there are many similar examples, and we, as humans, bear responsibility for it. After all, we have allowed distortions of the knowledge brought to us by the prophets, but the prophets and Jesus himself said, "Render therefore to Caesar the things that are Caesar's, and to God the things that are God's." Prayer and God's love are given to humans to strengthen them as spirit, as personality, not to heal the body or acquire material gains. For these purposes, a human being has a body and consciousness as tools to address their material desires. After all, any illness can be overcome with knowledge. But what are we taught in churches? Magic, to exchange inner grace for material gains. Yet it is said that laziness and ignorance are sins. That is, instead of learning and utilizing knowledge on three-dimensional tools to solve all material problems, we laze around unwilling to learn something new and simply resort to prayer when our beloved ones are dying without receiving actual aid. Isn't this the victory of the devil? Tell me. By relying on priests as intermediaries between God and humans, people violate the most important commandments brought by the prophets and which are present in all religions. It is love your neighbor and don't do anything to people that you don't want to be done to you, and do not kill others or yourself. The highest value in this world is human life. We should protect the life of every person as our own, for although it is fleeting, it offers each individual a chance to multiply their many value, meaning eternal spiritual riches, which is the only thing that opens the path for personality to true spiritual immortality. Life is invaluable, unique, and irreplaceable. And each person bears the responsibility for the choices they make in their own life. But what do we see today? We ourselves violate the commandments left to us by the prophets, which explicitly state, do not kill yourself and do not harm to others. Do not do the harm to others. In many European countries and some states in the United States, euthanasia has been legalized, allowing individuals to voluntarily terminate their own lives. Instead of creating accessible and prompt aid for everyone, authorities prefer to save the budget by pushing individuals with disabilities and those living in poverty to live this life. We have reached the point where euthanasia is offered to young people. The Parliamentary Committee in Canada is advocating for teenagers to have the right to euthanasia without parental consent. They intend to include minors between the ages of 14 and 17 in the medical assistance in dying MAID program. This is the age range when a child's emotional state is not yet stable. Voluntary euthanasia is disguised as freedom of choice, but suicide itself is a grave sin. So why do we remain silent when legalized killing of human beings is introduced into the legislation of our countries? People are deceived into thinking that by ending their lives they are elevating their suffering, all because there is a lack of knowledge about what awaits them after the death of their body. More information on this can be found in the conference Life After Death, Myths and Facts. There are countries like Japan, where people are deprived even of the freedom of choice. Today, they are already considering the adoption of law of involuntarily euthanasia. This is being justified by the economic crisis. But the most frightening thing is that people support this. Yusuke Narita, a professor at Yale who proposed the introduction of involuntary euthanasia, stated that this is the only solution to save Japan's economy, and it is through mass suicide of pensioners. What is the world happening in our minds that the solution to economic problems is not the implementation of new technologies aimed at improving people's lives, but their legalized killing? The legalized killing of those who have devoted their entire lives to serving society. Would you like to live to such retirement age instead of a well-deserved carefree rest? The reward will be euthanasia. Is God to blame for our support of laws that kill people? And is God to blame for us starting wars? After all, it is not God who takes up arms, but we ourselves kill, hiding behind the name of God. Instead of providing medical assistance to the wounded, they are killed by their own people. And this is called mercy killing, an act of mercy, a final mercy. Tell me, what does God have to do with this? People kill each other while praying to God for salvation. And then they blame God for everything? Come on. Acts of terrorism are committed in the name of God. Terrorists deceived by religion sincerely believe that by killing themselves and others, they will enter paradise. All the prophets called for valuing human life and recognizing it as the highest good bestowed by God. They brought knowledge and spoke of God's love, emphasizing that we should love one another. Quran. And do not kill yourselves or one another. Indeed, Allah is to your ever mercy. Bible. You shall not murder. Exodus 20:13. And after all that we ourselves do with our own lives and the lives of others, we even have the audacity to make claims against God. Why are there wars, evil, suffering, injustice, and the torment of children? Why does God allow all of this? But it is us who allow wars, who allow killing of one another. We remain silent when war is declared, and we are sent to kill our own kind. We are led to slaughter like sheep, yet we continue to remain silent and shift the responsibility onto God, thinking that He owes us something. God owes nothing to anyone. God created this world for humanity. He gave human beings hands so they could shape their own lives, gave them minds to think and analyze, gave them hearts so they could live by conscience. And He gave humanity His greatest mercy, the freedom of choice. Everything that happens on earth is by the choice of human beings. People themselves choose how to live peacefully, or people themselves choose how to live peacefully and happily, or in a state of war. God does not initiate wars. It is people who do so out of their greed, for the insatiable thirst for power of a few. God desires for us to be free in our choices, for us to choose ourselves, to love, to choose for ourselves to love or to hate, to live or to die. In this rests the greatness of God. In that He granted human beings complete freedom of choice. A person can choose and do whatever they want. No one has the right to infringe upon the freedom, upon this freedom of choice given by God. We ourselves have chosen what we have chosen. What did the prophets say? In the Old Testament scriptures, it was said that to love one another and hate one's enemy. But Jesus tells us, love your enemies, pray for those who persecute you. Jesus based His teaching on love for all, without exception, not only for those who love us, but also for those who hate us. From this, it is completely evident that any killing is a sin and evil. It has no place on earth. Furthermore, even anger and hatred should disappear from people's lives. Human beings are dual in nature, consisting of both a spiritual component and an animal one. It is difficult for people to detect in themselves the thoughts that lead to bad actions if they are unaware of their dual nature, and naturally, they do not monitor it in themselves. They do not trace who pushes them to kill one another, where thoughts of suicide come from. This is the reason why wars occur. We receive what we deserve, the world in which we live. All the prophets who came into this world spoke about love for one another and that God is love. God gave each person a chance, life, and those who sincerely love God to live eternally. There are 7 billion believers in the world. Theoretically, all believers should believe in their prophets and love one another. But what happens in practice? Look at the absurdity in which we live. Whom do we truly believe in and serve? Power-hungry imams and priests who have deserted the truth have led to and continue to wage bloody wars, each hiding behind their own scriptures written not by God or a prophet, but by people. People, ordinary people, considering only their religion to be the true and the right one, they kill others and lead their people to certain death. And yet they all say, God is with us. But what kind of God is it that leads to killing? Let's watch an excerpt from the video with the extinct Igor Mikhailovich Danilev.
A simple question. Do you love your Lord God? Are you faithful to Allah? Are you faithful to the Prophet? Answer honestly. What place does he occupy in your life? Yes, I understand you are ready to fight, you are ready to die, and you are ready to kill in his name. But are you ready to love? I'll put it simply. You know, it is very easy to die for someone, especially for God, for the Prophet. But are you ready to live for them? Not to give your life, but to gain it. It's a simple question, but it is very complicated. And this applies to Christians in almost the same way. Who among you are faithful to Jesus Christ? Tell me. What entices you? The truth, granted by Jesus. After all, he was the one who said that the way to the Lord is through love. He said that all of you are equal, and there is no one either superior or inferior. And he said, love one another. But what are you doing? Why do we have wars? Why do we have hatred? Why do we have devastation? Why, in our time, the end times, when we should be united and should be one true Ummah, do we have 10,000 religious denominations as of today? And where are they, the faithful, the true ones? Those who are faithful to the Prophet, and those who are faithful to Jesus Christ, where are they? Tell me. That's where the truth is. You know, the scariest thing, in my opinion, there is nothing more scary than confessing your own lies to yourself, than confessing to yourself that you serve Satan, than confessing to yourself that you fear God instead of loving Him, that you have chosen a man as your authority instead of a messenger from the spiritual world. This is the trouble, friends. And we, as a society that crave some benefits in heaven, dreaming of a reward, an undeserved reward, a reward for playing theater all our lives, pretending to be believers and loving people, but in reality being hateful, cruel, evil, and greedy here. We want the reward in heaven, and we have a whole list of desires of how we are going to live there nicely and forever, and Allah Himself will take care of us. But tell me, are you worthy of seeing the Prophet? I'm not even talking about Allah, or by listening to shaitan in your head, by being evil and unloving, by being the one who divides rather than reconciles, you have deserved to be with Shaitan. Isn't that true? Tell me honestly, who is your God and whom do you serve? People, there is no time for games and theater, and you don't have a second chance for this life. You don't. You are given the truth by Jesus Christ Himself and by the best among people, the Prophet Muhammad himself. Yet, why have you chosen something different? So when you face the devil and succeed in passing through him, you attain a path, not simply a path, but the path filled with life, filled with God's love. Tell me, is it belief or knowledge?
It's knowledge, experience, and practice.
So, is there at least one step on the path to God with the use of knowledge, supported with beliefs? It is all solely experience and knowledge. At the beginning of the path, there are doubts. When you fail to defeat the devil, there are self-doubts, doubts about knowledge, and doubts about everything, right?
Yes, exactly.
There are even doubts about the existence of this world. We have the right to that, because we are people. But eventually, when we really understand that the power of our attention is tremendous, and it is indeed what is given to us for gaining life, and when we learn to use it properly, then we encounter first the devil, and then God as well. For this very reason, we are actually materialists and atheists. As you can see, everything is simple. And again, if a person embarks on the spiritual path using the knowledge, tell me, will he listen to priests? No. As for the knowledge, even if a person indirectly comes into contact with it, it begins to awaken in him this very thrill of a heavenly bird, as they say, you see?
An aspiration for freedom.
Of course. And the person begins to feel it. Just imagine what it is like for priests of various religions who have encountered the knowledge and understand the entire absurdity of the situation, that they are in a real simulation of their religion. They do understand, really understand, and many of them are good people. A lot of them joined ALLATRA. After all, ALLATRA doesn't remove anyone from any religion or from anywhere else. It merely shows a person how to really reach God if the person wants it. However, many of them are afraid of ALLATRA because they don't fit in. They just don't fit in as priests between God and a human. And this is a threat to their power. At this point, two entities start fighting inside them, their angel and their demon. When the demon wins, the priest wins. But when the angel wins, a person gains life.
As a matter of fact, they are afraid of freedom, and this is a paradox that a person has authority, but he is absolutely unfree and is afraid of this freedom. He's afraid to get out of the simulation.
Yet, over whom does he have authority? Over an illusion? Over demons in the head? Yes, he can get a little bit of thrill and a little bit of money. He can bask in glory. A little bit. Just a little bit. While being a priest. But life is short, everyone knows that. And this is what depresses them. Also, they are depressed by the truth. That's why they struggle, and that's why they spend big money on ordering dirty slander about us. And do you know what the most interesting thing is? The more filth they pour on us, the more people join us. After all, there are a lot of smart people who have read those dirty articles, which were supposed to make us dirty and whitewash the priests. But normal, smart people understand perfectly well who we are and who ordered those articles, who actually tries to fight against ALLATRA. This way, the entire illusion collapses. Just look, after every publication or after every negative video, so many people join ALLATRA. This precisely proves that the simulation is not quite as it is. but there is also reality. So, my friends, let's just love each other. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Peace be with you.